thank you for that this morning, this beautiful day that you've given us, and we want to thank you for all the blessings that you bestowed upon each and every one of us, Lord. We ask that you be with us, with everyone here, and as we conduct business today for the state of Georgia and this committee that we're on, Father. We just pray that you give us all guidance and that we would do everything that would be in order here today, Father. And again, we just thank you and we praise you for everything that you've done for us. For it's in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
So again, welcome. And first of all, thank you so much for taking your time out of a busy day to come and once more go through this exercise. This approach this time is not necessarily from the legal end that you had the last time. It's more the history of water wars, issues around water, the resources, the shared resource of the citizens of the state, and actually water that needs to be shared. We need to be fair in what we do, and we're trying to find a way to solve this problem. We are citizen legislators, and when you know who your legislators is, they come to work, have a job, have family, and they take 40 days out of their year to go to the session. Then they go back home to their jobs and their families. And so the premises behind that is you work and live among the people you represent, you're more familiar with the problems and all. But at the state level, you take 180 of us from all over, and you say, here's the problem, and this is what we got to do to fix it. And there's their 2 cents. They're saying, hold on, I need to know more information. So when you present to us today, think of yourself more as a teacher and a resource as to someone who's drawn their line and claimed their river. So we need your insight. And the way this process is going to work is we already know several people want to sign up and do public comment and present to the committee. In fairness, we will block out 5 minutes per person, and we'll keep an eye on it. We'll try and call your names up early and give you a chance to call your line up. And what will happen during the process is our panel will be asking questions. And then, but that won't be holding it for 5 minutes time. So our agenda mainly to start in the morning is just a little bit more insight from DNR on what goes on. But mainly it's about y'all. We have allocated the balance of the time to hear from you. And so I told you I taught a foreign language. It's the first thing I did. And when I was at the University of Georgia, they were trying to tell us how to teach a foreign language. And this is a foreign language to most people in the state, by the way. So they said, first of all, you spend a lot of time telling them what you're going to tell them. Then you spend a lot of time teaching them. And then you spend the rest of the time telling them what you taught them. And so if you're impatient with what's going on and the process isn't moving quickly, by nature, it is designed to move slowly and to give you a chance to connect. This panel will do a report when our meetings are over. Next, we're going to Waycross. And our legislator from Waycross got up at 3 o'clock this morning to be here. He's got family, he's got kids, he was playing sports, and he's got a father whose car blew up last night. So anyway, but he's here. And so don't see us as somebody that's screaming in front of us, not receptive to what you say. But also see us as people who are a voice for all of Georgia. And if anything positive comes out of this, there might be a recommendation for legislation, but there might be some common sense that won't require that. So it's not preordained as to what happens. And having said all of that, I would like for our panel, and we'll give you a chance later, to introduce themselves. Then we'll move into our part. Then we're going into the interaction between the presenter and our panel. And again, thank you, and thanks to the host today for our talking. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Representative Johnny Chastain. Glad to be here today, and I'm in the 7th District, which is Fannin County, Gilmer County, and a little bit of the western part of Dawson County. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Good morning. My name is James Burchett. I represent District 176, which is Waycross, Ware County, Atkinson County, Lanier County, Coffee County, and Lowndes County. So I'm South Georgia. black waters down there, much different than the rivers up here and the waters up here. But spent a good amount of time last year up here in the mountains, and love this area. And this is a very, very tricky issue that we've been dealing with for a couple of years now, and very happy that to see this much input from the public. Very important that we get your positions and your insight. So thank you also, Chair Lady Smith, for pointing out. I was planning on being here last night, but my dad's car didn't crank, so I had to help him with that, and ended up driving up this morning. But also want to put a plug in there for Chair Lady Smith. She's been dealing with waters and issues with waters for longer than I've been in the General Assembly. No, longer. No, and so I know that she has very steadfast hands and deep-rooted knowledge in this issue. So I'm very happy to be serving on this panel, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
So I'm Libby Smith, and I represent House District 70, which is mainly the main part of Cleveland, Georgia, and then I have Park County and Whitesboro. So I represent an area of the state that shares either side of the Chattahoochee River. And I ran, first things I ran on for office, I became the chair. And what happened when I was chair, Atlanta was polluting the water so bad that we could not use it, and it was not safe. And so someone asked me about it, and when I got elected and got to Atlanta, I said, let me tell you about where I live and what's going on. I said, I don't have to show you, it just take a deep breath, you can smell it. And that was the truth. I mean, it dried up on our roof. So I came in with that knowledge to fight the battle, got it on my head. But what I quickly learned is I'm just one voice out of 180 people. And for me to be effective, I better start spending my time getting other problems around the city. And then what makes this whole water systems of the state work. And so I started making an effort to learn the areas around the state. And I've already got the majority in 2005. I competed for and got the chairmanship of natural resources. And we've done some phenomenal things. When I was first elected, we wouldn't be talking about quality and the use of the water. We were talking about lawsuits, we were talking about border battles, we were talking about lack of water when we go out hit, and everybody was just wanting efficient water, which means a high standard of water. And so it's taken this many years to even get to here. And so as water keeps moving, our issues keep moving and changing. As our population continues to grow, the target market for you to have a business is going to come out of the greater metro Atlanta area, and they don't have a clue about all the other stuff we're talking about. So when you present to us today, please use it as a teachable moment, because it's easier to learn when someone wants to point out some things rather than hitting them on the wall and getting your fishing line in the line. So see the role not as combative, but as education. And that will help us in our turn to explain to the rest of our peers, which is about 170 members, why we think this is important. So you have a role in this. What you tell us is really beneficial. So thank you, and we'll get started at the introduce.
Good morning. My name is Judd Turner, and I'm your non-traditional appointment to this August committee. I am not in the legislature or elected official. In my prior life, though, I've been around water issues for a while, since the Purdue administration, when we were talking about drought stories last night, conflicts with the tri-state water boards. I was council of Governor Purdue in 07 when we had the big drought, started dealing with those issues. That kind of backed me into this natural resource space, and then been in it since, and was the ED director for about 5 years during the height of the Supreme Court case, and then since then have been in private practice to a lot of natural resource water
senator is here, because if things don't go right in the House, report to the senator to say, they're going to fix it. So, thank you, Senator, for showing up. We have a person to rely on now. And to let you know, we have 32 speakers who have signed up. So I ask you again, before we get to that part of the program, to be courteous and considerate of all the other people who wish to speak. And to remind you, this is just the second meeting we're having. We're going to Raycross. We're trying to organize some other meetings, and so it's not over. Actually, we're going to figure that out, because it wasn't over last year. So we're going to look into this until there's a comfort level and understanding that we can help the rest of the members do. So I'm calling up our speaker now, and where is it's right here. And he drew the short straw. So anyway, DNR Major Bob Holly will discuss public safety.
Right, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak to you here today. I'm Major Bob Holly from the Department of Natural Resources Law Enforcement Division, and I'm here today to talk about the public safety considerations as it relates to navigable waters, and to explain to the committee how we as a department enforce the law in regards to fishing and hunting without permission. So typically, our responses to reports of hunting and fishing without permission on non-navigable waters fall into two different categories. The first category it falls under is in response to a property owner's complaint of unlawful activity which has been occurring but is not presently occurring. They've had a problem on their property or on their waterway. It's not occurring now, but they want to make us aware of it and find out what their options are. So a game warden will respond to that piece of property typically, and they'll make contact with the property owner or the person who's in lawful control of the hunting and fishing rights there. And he'll gather some information about what's going on there. Typically, they'll tour the property, they'll look at property lines, and they'll look at the areas that the landowner or the property owner is concerned with. Once that's done, the game warden will give the property owner what we call a landowner's affidavit. And what this is just a notice to the department that the landowner intends to prosecute anyone found hunting or fishing or even surface collecting artifacts on that property without their permission. And we give them that affidavit, and they take it from us, and then they go back home or wherever they go and they fill it out. It's a pretty extensive piece of paperwork. But what they do is they provide us with a description of the property, accompanied by a map or a plat of that piece of property. It'll show the property lines and the area that they're on, and typically they'll mark on it where they're having issues at. They'll also provide us with a list of people who are authorized to hunt and fish on that property. So once they do that, they also sign a portion of the form that is an intent to prosecute. In other words, what they're telling the agency is that we want anyone who is not on this list of authorized persons. It is our desire for the department to prosecute them for hunting without permission. They'll fill it out, they'll notarize it, and then they'll send it to the regional law enforcement office where it's put on file. And then the game wardens within that work unit that work that area, they have access to that paperwork, either a hard copy. They also have a digital copy that they can look up on their mobile data terminal within their patrol vehicle. We like to do business this way. It's because we can gather the information, we can verify that the complainant is in fact either the property owner or the person who's legally in charge of the hunting and fishing rights on that piece of property. And it gives us some time to get familiar with the property, kind of look at the history of it, and put that within our patrol plans. So what the game warden will do is they'll put that piece of property in their patrol plan. And what that means is, based on the information that the landowner gives them, they will go and periodically check that piece of property during peak activity times. In other words, based on the information they received, they'll check on that piece of property during the times that those incidents are occurring. Basically do that by putting the property under surveillance. We'll either patrol through the property, or sometimes if the situation warrants it, we'll actually do what we call a lay on the property. We will go out there and do physical surveillance, and sometimes we may utilize cellular trail cameras or several other methods to attempt to know when people are unlawfully accessing that property for the purpose of hunting or fishing. Those are fairly easy to deal with. We like to do it in that manner because we have time to verify all the information prior to making contact with someone that is out there hunting and fishing unlawfully. Typically, there's not as much conflict in those type of calls because we're there, we initiate contact with the person that's hunting and fishing, not the property owner. So it works out fairly well for us. The second type of response we have to the hunting and fishing without permission cases is in response to an in-progress call from a complainant. And these are the complex calls because we have a person on scene who has found someone on their property hunting and fishing and they don't want them there. Game wardens respond to the scene, and oftentimes they end up meeting with the complainant and the violator at the same time. They have to determine if the complainant is in fact the landowner and the person that's in lawful control of the hunting and fishing rights. And then a lot of times mediate the conflict between the two people. What we'll find out in this business is about 90% of the people we deal with out in the field are good people. They're just out there enjoying the outdoors, hunting and fishing, and the majority of the time when we have to deal with people on these cases, it's just people that have strayed on the property that they didn't know they were on. And we'll talk about the use of officer discretion in making cases against people here shortly, but this can result in confrontations between property owners and the violators, and especially if the person's right to hunt and fish in that location is in question. Because everybody thinks they're right until they're proven wrong. So we have to have a clear way to determine whether someone is in fact hunting or fishing without permission. On land, it's fairly simple. It's just by the nature of location. But in these instances with navigable waters, it could get complex if that is in dispute. So mediating a conflict between the two parties and determining whether the person is hunting or fishing is the challenge there. So the good thing about it is that hunting and fishing without permission is a misdemeanor. If we cannot make a determination whether the person's lawfully fishing or hunting on that property at that time, we've got 2 years from the time of that incident to make a case. So it's not something that has to be made right then. We always want to try to be right. What we do has a pretty profound effect on people, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But the decision of whether or not to take action is based on a couple different factors. We have in place what we call law enforcement concepts, and it's a guide for game wardens to use when deciding whether or not to use their discretionary authority on whether to make an arrest, issue a warning, or even issue a citation. And the first thing we look at is the nature of the violation or the nature of the infraction. We look at the seriousness of what the person is doing. What is the effect on our natural resources? Typically with a hunting and fishing without permission complaint, if the person is using lawful methods and is just simply somewhere they're not supposed to be, then the effect on the resource is minimal. We also look at the risk to public safety. What is that person doing that puts himself and others at risk? That's arguable in this situation because the conflict that often evolves is a public safety risk. So we take that into consideration. But the primary factor we look at is what was the person's intent? Does the person know, or should they have known, that that property is closed to public access and therefore closed to hunting and fishing? And we look at a few factors in that. Where is the person from? If the person's local and it's historical common knowledge that that is private property, they shouldn't be in there, then we take that into consideration when making our enforcement decisions. What's the person's hunting, fishing, or boating experience? Is this a novice that has just got into the business of hunting and fishing and doesn't truly understand where they can and can't be? A big thing is, how did they access the property? Did they openly just park on the side of the road for everybody to see and walk in? Or did they hide a truck somewhere? Did they walk across 2 pieces of property to get to this person's property? Did someone drop them off so they could slip through the woods and hunt and fish without detection and then come back and pick them up? Did they cross any fences? Did they go under cables? Did they walk across a fire break? Did they walk past posted signs, other signage, or even painted trees? So we take all that into consideration. What was the person's intent? Because again, most people hunt and fish, they're good people. We often say 90% of the people we deal with are just good everyday people that have made a mistake, either from lack of experience and education or just one moment of bad judgment. So we take that into consideration. The other thing we do take in consideration as well, and I think is very important, is what are the effects of our actions on the people involved here? Because we serve all sides of this. You know, we're here to conserve and protect our natural resources, first of all. We're also here to facilitate and educate hunters, and we encourage people in the lawful activity of hunting and fishing. That's part of DNR's job. We're also there to provide a level of public safety out in the woodlands, out on the waterways, and in the environments outside the normal jurisdiction of sheriff's offices and police departments. And we're also there to ensure that people's property rights are respected. So we serve all sides of this issue. So when we're making a decision, we have to think about what our effects of our decisions are on, number one, the person who's alleged to be hunting and fishing. Of course, obviously, it's a misdemeanor. There's a financial effect on that person. There's an actual character effect on that person. What do people think about this person that's been caught, arrested, and/or cited for hunting or fishing without permission? We've got to think about what is the effect of our actions on the property owner. You know, the property that they perceive that it is their property and that they have control over that property. What's the effect on them? What's the effect on the community? Because every decision we make sets a precedence. So if I write tickets for someone hunting or fishing out permission on that property, then the word's going to get out that that property owner is prosecuting people for hunting without permission. If I don't write a citation, then word can also get out that DNR is not interested in upholding that person's property rights. So it's a pretty complex set of circumstances that we look at when we make a decision whether or not to make an arrest and or write a citation. But one thing I'd like for y'all to keep in mind is that during these situations, emotions can run pretty high. These situations in times there is a good bit of conflict there. Our officers frequently work in isolated areas and most often are working by themselves. So the propensity for something to happen is fairly high. Every law enforcement contact can rapidly escalate into a use of force situation. And that's up to and including deadly force. So we have to make sure that we're right in what we do. It's imperative that our game wardens have the ability to make good decisions and base those decisions on clearly established guidelines that can be understood by all parties involved in this situation. That way we can continue to serve the people of the state by protecting our natural resources, preserving the opportunities to lawfully fish and hunt, while also ensuring that the property rights of others are respected. So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, that concludes my remarks, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Across the sound, put your finger forward so I can see if there are any questions. Okay. There's your forward.
Thank you for the presentation. My question on posting, is it necessary or is it required that property be posted?
The posting of a property is not required, however, we recommend it. And when I say it's not required by law for hunting and fishing. There is no requirement for a criminal trespass warning for the charge of hunting and fishing. However, we have to deal with what is the preference of the local jurisdiction. It's been my experience through different assignments throughout the state that there are some judges and some solicitors and some district attorneys that prefer the land be posted. And there are some that don't care. But under the laws that exist right now for hunting and fishing, there is no requirement to post it. If it is posted, then anyone hunting or fishing on that property is supposed to have with them at all times written permission from the landowner to hunt or fish on that property. Yes, sir.
Hunting, I know we're talking a lot about the rivers, but is there a law on the books that states how close you can hunt to a residence?
No, there is not. What we look at now, there are a myriad of local ordinances in different jurisdictions, counties, and cities that will cover discharging a firearm or hunting within so so far of an actual residence. There are some stipulations on Lake Sinclair and on the Corps of Engineers lakes when it talks about hunting waterfowl and discharging firearms within so close of a structure. But as far as out in the hunting and fishing areas, no, sir.
Thank you. In these cases that you talked about, the second category that were difficult, in progress conflict. So let's imagine that you're in one of these river stretches that navigability is in question. How's that, and how does this end up being kind of an enforcement discretion then? Because there's conflict over the navigability definition, or are you guys clear at DNR on what your interpretation of your drive, how you handle that issue?
Well, typically, I always like to say we do very little interpretation of the law. What we do is apply it. And the law is typically, we apply the law as it's interpreted by the department, and in most cases by the local court system, local solicitor, local district attorney, and local judges, because at the end of the day, it turns into a local matter. It's adjudicated at the local level. So a lot of times we are basing our actions on the interpretations at the local level. So, but I will tell you this, that in any instance where there's conflict, no matter whether it's just a slight conflict or a major conflict, it results in a use of force. What we're always asked when it comes down to looking at whether or not what we did was proper is, why were you there and what were you doing? Were you lawfully there in good faith, enforcing the law and applying the law, I should say, as it's interpreted? And then what were you doing? What actions were you taking? But I will tell you, we have 2 years to make any case on a misdemeanor charge. And our game wardens are fully aware that if you are not sure, take down the information from the complainant, take down the ID data of the people involved, take down information, interview those that are on the property, go back and get a better interpretation and more information of what's going on there, and then you have 2 years to make that decision. So if we're not 100% sure, then we're going to err on the side of caution, because these situations do affect people. And as I said before, every decision sets a precedence. Everything you do sets a precedence for future encounters with people.
So I have a question for you about your game wardens, since they're out and about. Do they always serve singly, or do they do a buddy system? And what risk are we asking our enforcers?
Well, yes, sir, Madam Chair. We do work a lot alone by ourselves. We're 230-ish sworn people out in the field, and that includes our regional captains and administrative officers as well. So we're scattered out across the entire state, so we do work alone a lot. I will say that the majority of the time when we're responding to an in-progress call, we're responding alone. There are times where we may have a cadet in field training, or we may, for one other reason, have another game warden with us. Supervisors commonly work with their people. So there's probably half the time there may be 2 people, but the majority, the other half of the time, they're going to be by themselves. They're going to be out in an isolated area, on foot, a mile or 2, sometimes even further from the truck, dealing with people on the riverbank and in the woods. Again, most people we deal with on a day-to-day basis are good people. They are. They're just everyday, normal people out there enjoying the outdoors, hunting, fishing, or boating, or just sometimes non-consumptive users out there hiking or doing other things. Firearms are very prevalent in our society. People that hunt obviously are carrying firearms. The majority of the people that are fishing are carrying firearms. I mean, by its nature, the two go hand in hand. So we do deal with a lot of people, and we try to look at the context of those firearms and what people are doing. So in any law enforcement job, there's always risk. That's why we train, and that's why we spend a lot of time talking to people and trying to understand the events surrounding each incident and listen to what they have to say in order to mediate that conflict and keep that stamped down as much as we can. But in any law enforcement job, there's risk. There most certainly is, and our people do a very good job of communicating with folks and treating folks well, because people are going to treat you back as well as you treat them. And we spend a lot of time and effort on our employees and on our game wardens to let them realize that communicating with people and trying to determine, what they're doing, and realizing that most people are out there trying to do the right thing.
Just a quick follow-up, is your contact system effective when you have dead zone areas, or, just curious as to what risk it is you take?
We do. We do. We're dispatched through the Georgia State Patrol. So our game wardens utilize GSP, a joint communication system, which is between us and the Georgia State Patrol. We have a brand new one the legislature was gracious enough to give us, and we're working through that. It's a cellular-based system. It also works VHF, UHF, and it works quite well. There's not as many holes in the state for communications as we used to have. So that is getting much, much better. Technologies enabling us now to, with a portable radio, to talk all the way across the state through the cellular systems. We can actually talk from state to state actually now. So it's getting better.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the testimony. It was great. One question that comes up a lot for me is, in your opinion, what do you think the perception of just Georgia Public is as it pertains to what is navigable and what is non-navigable? Do you think that it's clear to them where they can be and where they can't be? Fishermen, hunters, and paddlers, do you think it is clear for them right now?
I think prior to this issue coming up, it was fairly clear, because you're looking at local knowledge. The majority of the people that hunt fish here in the state are local. We do have a lot of out-of-state people that come in, but when you're talking about some of these areas, the local knowledge is pretty profound in these areas of where they can be and where they can't be. Are these waterways marked, saying private property? Some are. Some are even cabled. To locals, I would say it's fairly clear. I think the state's growing. So the people that come in from other parts of the state or other states may not be as clear.
One quick follow-up question to that, which was great. How many places do public landowners or property landowners have marked as private that you guys would say is now?
When you're looking at across the state, I couldn't answer that question to be accurate. Anything I would give you would be just a shot in the dark, because number one, depending on what part of the state, I've never worked the mountains. I've never. This is a place I love. I come up here all the time, but I've never worked here. My experience has been pretty much from Lake Blackshear south to the Florida line, so I don't have a lot of experience as far as being able to tell you where properties are marked. I will be honest with you, in my experience, I haven't seen a lot of markings on properties, but I've not worked a lot of non-navigable areas either. So.
Yeah, and so this would be the question around that navigable stretch that a landowner says, I think it's not navigable. That's, I know there's some of that on the Flint where we have this issue, but I wonder if that was something you saw in other places.
I haven't seen a lot of it.
Thank you, Mr. Rob.
I did. And again, thank y'all for having us and letting us be a part of this process.
And so I see this as continuing educational opportunity, not just us, but the citizens of Georgia. And any insight would be very helpful in this going on. I know this down in my area, and changing in state property is huge. And, we don't have any employees there, and so our local sheriff and our law enforcement there has formed an alliance. So with that, do you have alliances as well?
We are considered to be a force multiplier for every sheriff's office and police department throughout the state. We're a support agency. We have our primary mission, which is the conservation and protection of our resources, but we are no doubt a state public safety agency, and we work daily in support of our local sheriff's offices, police departments, and our other state partner law enforcement agencies.
So the game with your longest established public safety?
So, and we have,
Explain that.
the first game wardens were hired and empowered in 1911. We're the oldest state law enforcement agency in the state. We predate the Georgia State Patrol by quite a bit, if you think about it, by 17 years.
One more question, and it is.
Sorry, I didn't let you go so quick. Your training is posted.
Yes, sir.
And in that training, we all discuss the issue of navigability.
We do not. Now, in our Game Warden Academy, when we are going through Georgia law, the actual game and fish law in Georgia law, we'll discuss it. But a typical police officer doesn't get any training in navigability. Our academy is divided into two different sections. All our game wardens go to the exact same police academy that all your deputy sheriff's police officers throughout the state go to. Once they complete that, then we pull them in for an additional 4 months to train on just game warden, natural resource enforcement specific tasks. And in that training, we do go over the current laws on navigability.
And since the current law does not name rivers, y'all make determinations based on flow and within the last
The WRD and the Fisheries Management Section, they handle the designation of those waterways. What we do is when a game warden goes to a new work section, he field trains under a field training officer, a sergeant, and the other game wardens within that area. And he is familiarized with the historical problems and the issues that occur in that area. So while he's field training, he'll be taken to all the rivers, he'll be taken to the streams, he'll be taken to the lake, he'll be acquainted with the local sheriff's office, the police departments, and really integrated into that community where he can really determine what is a problem in that community and how it has been historically handled. From meeting with the sheriff to meeting with the solicitors, the ADAs in those areas, the probate judges, state court judges, we make a huge effort in getting into that local community and finding out what the problems are in that area and then how they prefer them to be handled. And typically that's where we find out where the historical issues have been, and navigability would be one of them.
So, in your opinion, is the enforcement of navigability consistent across the state?
I think as it sits right now, it has been. I think it has been consistent. I have not myself been involved in any major disputes over navigability. Again, if we have a question, that's probably going to change. But again, if we can't make a determination on the scene whether something's navigable or not, then we're not going to take any action. Because we do have a fair amount of discretion that we can utilize. So we would rather not take action then, go back and research the problem, get with the experts and have them say, okay, yes, this is navigable, or no, it's not, and then base our actions on those intent factors and on whether or not it's actually considered to be navigable. Because at the end of the day, if the local court system does not determine it to be navigable, or if it's determined to be navigable, then those cases, there's no point in making any cases. If the local judge says this is not navigable, then there's no point in issuing citations on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick question. You talked about new warrants, what's a new area I'm not familiar with. But we have equipment with it. There's some amazing apps out there. Lunchstand, one I use as far as it shows property lines and who owns it and all that. Do we have that capability?
We do. We actually, OnX has given us, OnX has actually given every game warden a free subscription to help check that. We also check property lines and ownership based on QPublic. Most counties have their tax assessors information on QPublic, and we utilize that quite a bit. Having the computers in the trucks and having the game wardens issue a smartphone, it is also their body-worn camera. It also gives them a lot of technology that they can use to check on these things prior to making a decision.
see any more questions? So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation and appreciate the service, especially the fact that you recognize our service. Appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Now is the part of the program why y'all are here, and it's public comment. I wrote down one number, which was 32, but I think it's actually 33. And again, it's an important part of our program. But please be respectful of the next person coming up. Before I do that, you talked about local law enforcement and everything. It come to my attention that we have a local attorney and probate judge for White County with Don Close. So take all your legal problems to so thank you for attending this meeting. It's great to see that interest. And so I'm going to call up two names, and you'll just come stand on either side. So our first speaker is Andrew Watt. Our second, Andrew Watt, sorry. And our second is Tom Green.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrea White. I'm an Atlanta-based citizen voter. I also work full-time for the Georgia River Network, but I serve nationally on the board of directors of the American Canoe Association. I also serve nationally on the Paddle Sports Committee for the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators. I actually just rushed in from their conference, so I thank law enforcement for their services as well. I'm going to be giving you a presentation today. I believe you already have my printout, but I'll be referring to these two documents, and I will make sure that Brock has these so that if you have any questions about any of the data or perspectives that I give you, you'll have a ready resource to answer some of those questions. I want to start by just talking about how tourism is big business in Georgia. Y'all know this. Y'all are well aware. And we know that paddle sports is a splashy thing to put in our Explore Georgia guide and bring people to our state. Here in Helen in particular, you've got tubing. It's a very popular thing. It draws a lot of tourism. We know that $73 billion in economic impact can be attributed to tourism. It accounts for just under 500,000 jobs. And the outdoor recreation sector accounts for more than 2% of Georgia's GDP as a whole. Boating and fishing, and I want to emphasize the boating side of that. We've talked a lot this morning about hunting and fishing. Boating and fishing alone accounts for more than $1 billion. So there's an economic impact here that's at stake. On this next page of my presentation, I want to point out from the US EPA hydrography data for this state, we have 99,000 miles of rivers and streams. That supports more than 70 entrepreneurial paddle sports businesses, families that are making their living and employing people. And every photo on this page is a business that is currently at risk. If we look at this standard of navigability at a mean annual flow of 400 CFS or higher, these are existing, thriving entrepreneurial businesses that will be at risk, and these are just a few of them. This is not a comprehensive list. It's more than just tourism and small business, though. It's also manufacturing. We have 3 kayak manufacturers based in Georgia. We have Crescent Kayaks, which I think won an award for being a rock star from ECD. We have Vide Kayaks, and we have Dreamboats Kayaks, a niche competition company that has come up through the ranks from Stephen Wright, who's one of our multiple international competitors, homegrown gold medal winners. We've got at least 5 I can think of off the top of my head that we have raised here in Georgia on the waterways that they grew up paddling. And most of those waterways would be at risk at that standard of 400 CFS or higher. We are growing gold medal winners that will be at risk in the future if we don't have access to children and teens and adults to train on those rivers. In the last 3 years, Georgia has hosted 3 world-class national or international competitions for paddle sports. There have been 2 in Columbus and 1 at Lake Lanier. This is a big deal for Georgia. Those events in Columbus are Olympic caliber. These are not Olympic events, and so those are Olympic caliber competitions that hosted more than 30 athletes from 30 to 40 countries. So I don't want us to miss the opportunity here to support boating in all of its facets because we're so focused on fishing versus landowners, okay? Moving to the next slide, out of that 100,000 miles of rivers and streams, that mean annual flow of 400 CFS or higher, those 64 rivers that were proposed for navigability in House Bill 1397 last session, that amounts to fewer than 4,500 miles of rivers. That's less than 5% of the rivers and streams in Georgia. So I need you to understand from a visceral level, the boating community is looking at the possibility that our legislature might regulate that recreation is curtailed on 95% of rivers and streams in Georgia. That has a visceral emotional impact, in addition to the economic impact of shutting down businesses and curtailing tourism dollars.
Less than a minute.
Thank you. Georgia River Network did a survey in partnership with Georgia Municipal Association and the county commissioners. We had 35 counties of reporting, and more than 50% reported they had businesses that rely on these rivers and streams for jobs with an overwhelmingly positive impact on the community. The 57% indicated they've made more than $40 million in investments in access to these rivers. Mr. Turner talked about the last meeting, the state investments in public accesses and looking at those ramps as someplace we need to consider allowing for navigability. I would say county ramps might also need to be included. There are designated water trails, more than 1,000 miles of Georgia rivers local municipalities have designated legally as water trails for public use. And there are 7 places in the state that did not make your list that the local municipalities have designated as water trails. I would conclude by pointing out...
Thank you, your time is we'll just pause there, and you have done handouts to the committee. So,
I have, ma'am.
All right, so we will keep that, and this isn't the end, but we need to be respectful of other people.
May I ask for just 10 more seconds to get the last slide?
Go ahead and take it.
So the ask of the Georgia legislature is that we have a right of passage. Mr. Turner told you we have a Georgia right of passage to float past someone's property without setting foot on their lawn or taking anything from them or affecting the resource that dates back to the 1840s. My ask of you is to please not confuse navigability with passage. My ask of you is to modernize our codification of that right of passage.
Please be respectful of other times. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And you can present at another point too, and we'll be here afterwards.
Thank you.
And for everybody in this room who's waiting their turn, but you've
Yes, ma'am.
really given us valuable information. Stay put. Any questions from the committee? So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity.
Todd Ream,
How many minutes did you say, Madam Chair?
5.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Todd Ream. I run a Georgia email newsletter called georgiapundit.com. This morning at about 5 o'clock, I pressed send to about 10,000 people, I think primarily Republicans because that's my background in Georgia politics. But I follow state and local politics at a level that I think is more granular than just about anybody in the state on the media side. I also grew up in Georgia politics from Paul Coverdale's 1992 campaign through working just in this past May's primary elections. I say that because I think I bring a different perspective than a lot of folks who have traditionally been associated with the outdoors movement or the conservation movement. That's not the case as much today as it was 20 years ago, because we have legislators such as the chair, we have people like a Paulding County Commissioner, who you're going to hear about later, who have taken these issues to heart largely as a quality of life issue. And so I want to talk about the importance of river access as a quality of life issue and as an economic development issue. On Tuesday, Governor Kemp held I think he held a press conference, but I read the press release where he said that Georgia was number 5 in market share for tourism among the states, that Georgia tourism brought $43.6 billion in direct spending into the state with a $79.7 billion economic impact and supports more than 463,000 jobs. I can't claim that all of that is about paddling or about river access or about fishing. But when you go to communities across North Georgia, like I do, like I often end up in Cleveland, Georgia, or Dahlonega or LJ to put my boat in the water, you will see that people there, just from the advertising signs as you drive in this morning, you can see that a major part of the business here is around tourism and specifically around water tourism. In 2022, the Dahlonega and Lumpkin County Chamber of Commerce found that $577 per household in additional taxes would have to be levied upon the residents if they lost the tourism industry. While we were sitting here, I decided to look up the number for White County, and in 2021, it was $517 per household that they would otherwise have to either make up or lose headcount in the county government. And my understanding is most county governments are hesitant to lose headcount. And so my fear as a homeowner is that any diminution of tourism in the state of Georgia is going to put upward pressure on property taxes, and it's also going to affect the state and local revenues from things like the SPLOSTs. When your community, when your county passes a special purpose local option sales tax, especially if you're in a tourism dense area like we are here, one of the best arguments is that it's largely going to be paid by visitors. And if tourism goes away, that SPLOST money goes away. The money is often dedicated in the education context to building new schools. In the local context, it's to new buildings and new facilities. And I understand from watching state government, from working in state government for many years, the law of unintended consequences. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that whichever party, whichever brilliant people are in charge, we always have coming back to bite us. And so my hope today was to give some perspective on how the economic development side of this is important to the state of Georgia, yes ma'am, and how it could possibly affect local communities such as the one we're in here and communities across the state. I want to finish with one thing. The Georgia River Network held an online kind of podcast recently, and the mayor of the mayor of Ringgold, Georgia, was talking about their river, which has a mean annual flow in the 100 CFS category, well below the navigability standard that is often discussed. But he said that for them, the river that flows through their downtown is the lifeblood or the jewel of their community. And I think if you've seen around Helen, Georgia, if you've seen around LJ, Dahlonega, across the state, there are areas that have a similar impact from public river access. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Wait, stay put. We might have questions from the committee. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation. And we move now. We have Amanda Dyson Thornton and then Tim Brenner. There's a seat up here for the next speaker to get there. While we're having this talk, I remember when I was first elected and looking at these issues, we couldn't even have conversations about fishing or using our rivers. They were so badly polluted. So in a very short period of time, historically, Georgia's doing a good job of finally cleaning up its act. But go ahead, please present to us, Ms. Mayor.
Wonderful. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman and representatives. My name is Amanda Dyson Thornton, and I am the Executive Director of the Georgia Association of Convention and Visitors Bureaus. I'm going to actually echo a lot of what Andrea said and what Todd said this morning. I am excited to highlight the remarkable contributions outdoor recreation brings to our destinations. Tourism is a significant economic driver in Georgia. As Todd mentioned, the annual Georgia Governor's Tourism Conference was held earlier this week, and at that tourism conference, Governor Kemp announced that the state welcomed 5 million more visitors than we had in 2022. The tourism industry also generated a record $5 billion in state and local revenue taxes, marking a $300 million increase over previous record-set year in 2022. As Governor Kemp stated on Tuesday of this week, this was my favorite quote, Georgia continues to grow as a top destination for travelers and businesses alike. We've seen unprecedented visitation across all regions of the Peach State over the last couple years as a testament of the unique attractions, natural resources, and cultural institutions that make Georgia such a desirable place to visit. The significance of outdoor recreation cannot be overstated. Kayaking, canoeing, and other paddle sports are not only immensely popular, but also predominantly highlighted in our state travel guide, which Andrea also mentioned. So I brought the state travel guide with me today, along with several other regional travel guides. And as you will see on the cover of the regional travel guides from all over the state, you can see visitors enjoying Georgia's waters on the cover. So Gwinnett, Thompson, even Albany, and then Columbus. So we're going to talk about Columbus here for a second. The Chattahoochee River has transformed into a hub of outdoor activity in Columbus. Since the opening of the longest urban whitewater run in the country, visitation has skyrocketed from 1.2 million to an amazing 2.3 million in just 10 years. The growth has led to over 500 million in new development in downtown Columbus, invigorating their local economy. The hospitality industry there now employs 4,000 people, generating approximately $38 million in income and providing homeowners with a savings of about $600 a year in property taxes. Next, let's turn to Ellijay, the Cartacay River. It's a picturesque destination that serves a training ground for paddlers and thriving outdoor businesses. The Cartacay River puts thousands of people on the river in tubes and kayaks each year, playing an essential role in Gilmer County's amusement industry. And listen to this, 86% of the Cartacay River users are overnight visitors with an average stay of 2.5 nights. That influx not only bolsters local tourism, but also supports robust residential development. Residents enjoy reduced property tax burdens of approximately $750 per household, highlighting the economic ripple effects of the river recreation. In Catoosa County, Kayak Ringgold, which serves around 1,400 visitors a year, thrives on water trails, and an impressive 87% of customers on Kayak Ringgold are out-of-town visitors. So this is showcasing the area's appeal and the 19 million annual and 289 jobs that this represents. Even with an average annual flow of just 250 cubic feet per second, the South Chickamauga Creek is a vital resource for recreation, showcasing that even smaller waterways can have a significant impact. So all of these case studies that I've mentioned to you today illustrate a very vital point. Public access to Georgia rivers and streams are crucial for sustaining Georgia's outdoor recreation economy. Access to our waterways are not just a matter of convenience, it's a matter of equality and opportunity for all Georgians. So I would like to state very clearly that I am in support of keeping our rivers and streams, including the small streams like the Cartacay River and South Chickamauga Creek, open and accessible to the public. Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank
4
you.
minutes. So any questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And our next presenter is Tim Brenner, and then Andrew Bruce is after that.
Hello, thank you. I am Tim Brenner. I own Wildwood Outfitters, which is in Cleveland, Georgia. We've been around for 52 years servicing the Chattahoochee River. I also own Festive Water, which is a paddle sports company in Cumming, Georgia, on the shore of Lake Lanier. I also live on Lake Lanier. I pay taxes in Forsyth County, which is super high. I have 2 different businesses in 2 different counties, which pays taxes day in, day out to these lovely counties that we have. I was going to talk a little bit about tourism, but I think they kind of covered that. So really, I could just say what the direct effect would be on us. Wildwood Outfitters for 50 years has been putting Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, camps, organizations, businesses, corporate events on the river. And what that's done is it's helped create this culture of tourism and this culture of paddle sports and what people love to do. And what Andrea was talking about, you know, we're just asking to float through, right? It's just we want to just kind of float through the river. We don't want to trash anybody's property. We want to teach the young about clean waterways. We want to teach them about the outdoors. You know, there's a big crisis right now in the world, especially in the United States, with mental health. And if you get kids on the water in nature, that helps them fight the depression. It helps them handle the stress of the things that are causing them to react in unpositive ways throughout the community. And I was a Boy Scout. I know firsthand the training that we do, the things that we learn have been just life changing and life experiences. The camps that we had, there's a Christian camp, Woodlands, that's been coming to us for 20 years. We put 60 to 70 kids on the water at one time with guides. They're asking questions about the river. They're asking questions about water quality. They're asking questions about hunting and fishing, and it makes a difference. And these kids' lives can get changed. Some of them have never even seen a river before, even been in the outdoors. They're in the cities, and they don't experience that. So we're fortunate enough to be able to offer that and to offer a safe environment for that, and to get our hands and feet wet and dirty with them and teach them about this beautiful thing we call Earth. That's really about it for me. I was trying to teach you something, and I thought mental health. Oh, there's one other point.
That's saved for legislators. You know?
Well, you said to teach you something, so I didn't know if you knew that. And then also, when I was interviewing with Todd, something came to mind about the Atlanta Beltline, right? So the Atlanta Beltline was built for money, right? That's what it was for tourism, for recreation, for people to get on this Beltline, tour the city, and spend their money. It's not much different than the river. If there was a private property owner that blocked a section of the Beltline, what would Atlanta City do about that? They would not allow that to pass. They would do something about it, which would let the people walk on the Beltline. Same thing with the rivers. Any questions?
Thank you. Yes, any questions from our committee?
All right, thanks.
You got it.
All right.
Very good presentation. Thank you very much. And so Andrew Bruce is next, and then Steve Seitzer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you guys for coming up here and researching into this issue, which is very strong. Mr. Chastain, I want to say hi to you. I know your son personally, fished with him as a fishing guide. Nice to see you here today again. Thank you for being here. My name is Andrew Bruce. I own Toccoa River Outfitters along with my son Benjamin Bruce in the back. We started our business a little over a decade ago, 11 years. We started out kayaking, fishing, working with scouting groups, doing overnight camping trips through the public access areas on the Toccoa River. The Toccoa River has, way before I arrived, public access starting at Deep Hole Campground, Sandy Bottoms, going down to Shaliford Bridge. We hit Lake Blue Ridge, we hit the dam, and now we come to Tamman Park, Curtis Ridge, Horseshoe Bend Park, and McKaysville River Park. Those are all public access areas that we utilize with permits and or non-permits where it's required to access the river and paddle, kayak, and fish. I've lived in the Fannin County region for a little over 20 years, part-time 24. I moved here full-time to raise my family in a fashion that was able to enjoy the outdoors and not be stuck inside all the time. And to be able to enjoy the beautiful countryside that we have. And I've seen the growth in our areas, which has been huge, huge. Even since COVID, it has exploded. Technology has exploded with paddle sports and how we can access rivers. We're no longer in the antiquated times when we used to look at the verbiage of navigation being termed as a commercial process for barges going down the rivers. If we stick to the old terms of that sort of technology, I think we're losing what the message is here, which is the freedom that we enjoy as American people. It's in our oath. It's in our Pledge of Allegiance. There's freedom, justice, and liberty. I think there's two sides to every coin. You've got landowners moving in, communities being built like we see in Florida. You've got people who are coming here and then trying to effect changes to be more like where they came from. We want to keep here, here, and not there, here. So if we start restricting what we have already had before most of us probably arrived here, then we're doing an injustice. We only have one river, the Toccoa River here in Fannin County, which is our main fishing river. We're stated as being the trout capital of Georgia, and we're very proud of it. Trout Unlimited. We have our annual, every April, Trout Fest. We've turned into sort of an outdoor fest as well. But we're very proud of that. So if we start restricting access, now we're losing a lot of that fishability through either kayaking or drift boats or wading access. Also, what tends to happen is that if public access is restricted, DNRs stop stocking trout in those areas because there is no public access. They won't stock where there is no public access. So now we put into effect at risk where we can actually fish and what we can actually fish for, because we might not have anything to fish for. I find it sometimes challenging in our day-to-day operations. We get harassed as fishermen and or as kayakers going through public water. You see, water starts in an area and then flows through. It doesn't stop, it doesn't stay. Even with a dam, it doesn't stop. It has to be released or else the river below it dies. So everything happens for a reason. That water flows, it moves, it doesn't stop. You can't bar it, you can't stop fish moving. It's
1 minute.
It's water that's owned by everybody. So I totally get when people move in and buy property and they want to restrict access because they want their privacy. Totally get it. I don't think I want to sit there on my backyard and see somebody maybe skinny dipping off of their kayak. I don't know. Who knows? I'm just making a little bit light of something there. But the reality is that water passes through. And if you bought on public access water and knew it, well, then you've got to deal with it. It's public water. Can't be changed. We've got those public access points, which I talked about earlier. Are you going to remove those? Are we going to take a CFS issue over flow rate? A kayak can float in 2 to 3 inches of water. My drift boat can float in 4 inches of water on public permitted access. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yes, our committee. I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Steve, and then we have LaChance. Is it Ben LaChance? That's the next presenter. And Steve?
Morning, morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for your time and service here today. I'm sorry, stand better. Thank you for your service here today. My name's Steve Seitz. I'm a landowner on the Toccoa River in Fannin County and also a retired game warden, so I'm very familiar with the topic that we're dealing with today on both sides of the coin here. But just to talk about my farm here, we've settled the area, or the family has settled the area in 1832, so it's been there for a long time. It's been in the same family over the years. We've had it as a farm, and it's been passed down through generations to now. During that time, you know, the Toccoa right there in that area, just to give you a picture, is about 100 feet wide, real shallow. Our property lines are the center of the stream where the property's not on both sides. So all that has been there on our deeds and all since the inception. So when I transferred to Fannin County in 1994 as a game warden, I was trained to work the Toccoa River. The majority of the Toccoa River goes through Fannin County. So it was always deemed, and the way we worked it was, the definition is non-navigable by means, but basically folks could float through there, but that when they hit private property, they'd have to have permission from the landowner. And we had affidavits to that effect during that time that we enforced. There wasn't many, so a lot of the landowners didn't mind, but there's a lot of Forest Service along this area on the Toccoa River, but it's very narrow too. And the Forest Service maintains a couple campgrounds with canoe launches in there. So, you know, as we worked it, that's how it was always enforced, as the landowners had the permission, had to have permission to fish there. So during that time, we had a landowner decided he ended up getting both sides of the river, and he wanted to stock the river with fish and control the fishing there. So he did for a few years, but sometime during that period, he decided to try to stop the access of people floating. And the Forest Service is the main property owner of the public access through the area. Well, they got involved with their attorneys and things like that, so it went to some legal back and forth with them, and ultimately it was deemed that folks could pass through the, could legally float through the river, but they had to have permission to do anything else on the river during that time. And then the Forest Service is even, on their websites and brochures and things like that, publicize this, and then that also kind of gives you the, when you're looking at definitions, it defines that the landowners would have the right to the stream bed there, so you just need permission. And what's got me concerned, I guess, over all this is now it seems like the Toccoa is trying to get pulled into the navigable part, which adds some things to that, which would remove the landowner rights that was there for years from us, and also add the element that folks could hunt through there. And when you're looking at these small streams like this, they're open for hunting, and any avid hunter knows, and along the Toccoa River is a lot of houses and docks along the banks close. It's similar to, I don't know if you looked yesterday at the Helen through the Chattahoochee River here in Helen. It's about the same size as that, but now it's being considered navigable, and that's my concern. Is kind of watch that. I think there's a way. Hopefully, you can do that to where folks are able to identify the streams as you can pass through there. But on these smaller streams like this, where the landowner owns that, to make sure they have permission to do everything else. So that's what I wanted to pass on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Well, you beat your time.
Yeah.
You made your point. Thank you. So next is Ben LaChance and then Michael Humphrey.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ben LaChance. I'm owner of Appalachian Outfitters. My wife and I opened up a canoeing, kayaking, tubing business in Dahlonega in 1981, so 43 years. We've been running trips on the Chestatee, Etowah, Emma-Colola Creek, and Yahula Creek. Small streams, but it's been a viable business, and we've brought a lot of people to the Dahlonega area. And there's a lot of information coming out this morning about the tourism and the dollars and the amount of traffic. I'm going to skip a lot of that part and go right to what you were saying, Madam Chairman, is take your time, please, on this study. There's a lot of information on both sides. Make the right choice about what is super important to a lot of people in this room and around the state, and the navigability issue. I totally get it. The clarification is tantamount to moving forward with a lot of tourism businesses, a lot of companies and people that involve your decision. We've heard a lot about the 400 CFS issue or parameter for a navigable or non-navigable stream. And like a lot of folks are saying, it's true with my business too. The Chestatee, Etowah, Emma-Colola, Yahula Creek, don't even approach that. And yet, we built a public access with the Corps of Engineers on Highway 60 for the Chestatee River. Drive by there on any spring or summer day, across from the Dollar General, right near Highway 400, and you'll see. I apologize, I think that's my phone. So, And you'll see a full parking lot. Build it, they will come. That's what I was telling the commissioners when we were allowed to do this on Corps of Engineers land. And it has proved true. It's a very busy place. I asked the study committee to take great consideration all of Georgia, all the CVBs, the tourism locations, all the public accesses, both upstream and downstream of them, what those rivers are like, and do they meet a standard. I would hope that you will make your consideration of navigable and non-navigable on present day use. There isn't a state around us. They've all got rivers. There isn't a state around us that is using cubic feet per second annual flow as a standard for navigable and non-navigable. Why should we here in Georgia? That use test is, I believe, the best method for you to consider. You're going to get a lot of information, and I'm going to cut my talk short so that someone a lot smarter than me can have my 2 minutes. But please do take your time, look at the economic impact of paddling, look at the resources that are available to you. There's a lot of it from many different organizations. And I thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Michael Humphrey. You're hearing a lot from, I guess, people who have more of an economic interest in this. I'm a private property owner, live in White County, have access to the Upper Hooch, which the area that I'm speaking of is north of 115, which would be considered Section 2, and even going up into Saltine-Nacoochee. Parts of these rivers would be considered non-navigable. They're beautiful. As a kayaker, we pass through it. We do nothing else to it. We do not bother people. There are bad apples in every group. I'm aware of that. But just as use, the restrictions that you're looking at doing will reduce so much pleasure of the people of the state of Georgia. That's all. Thank you.
Prepared for this one. Try to keep it under that 5-minute mark. My name is Joe Rose. Sorry. All right. My name is Joe Rose. My wife and I are riverfront property owners on the Toccoa River in Fannin County, Georgia. The property we own is currently a non-navigable section where kayakers and tubers routinely float through our property unencumbered. I am also a outfitter owner on both private property and public access through the USDA permits. I operate from Fannin County all the way over to Clarksville, Loniga, throughout North Georgia. The following committee, I just want to start with following the committee meetings in 2023, we have seen an increased DNR presence patrolling our property, our neighbors' property, and our community. And we are very thankful and want to acknowledge that. Okay. Sorry. Can I start over? Okay. All right. I want to start by giving thanks to DNR. Last year's meetings created urgency for them to help patrol our community, and we want to give them acknowledgement. Our position is that there is no change to the current definition of navigability in Georgia, nor should there be a change to the current waterways that have been designated as non-navigable. A position of no change does not impact the current rights to individuals participating in floating or paddle sports. It neither increases nor decreases those rights. Furthermore, a position of no change does not change accessibility of fishing. Georgia Code Title 44, Chapter 8 provides that running water belongs to the owner of the land which it runs. It further explains in Chapter 8 that it provides that the beds of a non-navigable stream belong to the owner and adjacent landowner. If the stream is the dividing line between two parcels of land, each owner's boundary shall extend to the center thread or the main current of the water. I think it is important to note that public use of private waters has not been a right, but rather a privilege. Most North Georgia private property owners have allowed those participating in floating and paddle sports to float through the private properties. Many of us here today own private property that have worked hard to develop and maintain private fisheries within our non-navigable private waterways, and we are passionate about protecting those resources. I have found case law going back to 1930 on this topic. Bosworth versus Nelson provides by common law the right to take fish belongs essentially to the right of the soil in the streams. Later in 1972, you have West versus Baumgarten, provides that the ownership of the fee in the bed of the stream generally carries with it the exclusive right to fisheries in that stream. We have purchased property in part for these private rights. We've paid a premium for the rights and have continued to pay the property taxes and insurance based on the value of our property. Changes to the definition of navigability or redefining which waterways are deemed navigable will result in changes for private property owners in the state of Georgia. We will lose some of the use and enjoyment of our property, and we will be harmed and diminished property. We will encounter harmed and diminished property values. Because of these negative impacts to our properties, I oppose any changes to the definition of navigability. To summarize, if there's no changes made to navigability, floaters and fishermen will neither gain nor lose rights. Similarly, no changes regarding navigability will not negatively impact the tourism in the industry. If changes are made regarding navigability, personal property owners will be negatively impacted with a loss and use of enjoyment of our property, as well as the diminished property values. Thank you. Yes, sir. So as long as we follow the rules, there's no issues. We are in the section below Deep Hole that is 2.5 miles of private river. We own the center line. We do the affidavits. We do have DNR enforcement coming out. 90% of the paddlers we have no issues with. There's 10% that either don't read any of the 6 posted signs at the Deep Hole wreck put in, or they just don't care because everything is posted that they're going to fish anyway. For us, having a trophy fishery, 1 or 2 bad apples can absolutely destroy it. You float through and take 8 fish, next person takes 8 fish, 4 or 5 people in a party going through, it will kill the fishery. Yes, ma'am. Just clarifying, your question is how do we contact and get assistance with the state? Yes, ma'am. We've been working closely with DNR on this topic, especially since the 2023 hearings. On our personal property, we run cellular game cameras. So the moment I get someone on picture that's not supposed to be there, I actually forward that straight to the DNR officer in our area. He acknowledges it and will go and check it out. They've been very open to helping with anything that has to do with like trespassing or poaching. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, it is. Correct. I own to the center. My father owns to the center. We actually, as a family, own both sides of the river there.
And so you mentioned affidavit. Tell me what the affidavit says.
So as the DNR officer, the first individual to go, said, you can fill out affidavits with adjoining property owners, deeming what is allowed or not allowed on your property. So even though you don't own both sides of the rivers per se, you can come together as a community and still, as private property, maintain that exclusive rights to those properties, the hunting, the fishing, the wading, and all that.
But you're allowed passage.
Yes, sir. There's Deep Hole Wreck north of our property. It's a USDA put in.
So currently you have private property. And you have a fair amount of traffic that's in there?
Yes, sir.
And you've given permission for those folks to pass?
I haven't given the permission, but it's been the status quo.
Very good. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore. All right, so Ms. Smith, we will
Good morning. I'm Philip Hodges. First of all, thank you all for your public service. Glad it's you and not me. I'm here today from the perspective of a paddler. I grew up in Clarksville, Habersham County, right over there, paddling the rivers around here. Now live in Decatur, Georgia, DeKalb County. Have paddled the Chattahoochee River from above Helen down to Columbus. Have paddled the Sequoia River from up here near Batesville down to the confluence with the Chattahoochee. Have paddled the St. Mary's, the Swanee, and a lot of the Toccoa, a lot of other rivers. And frankly, I'd like for my grandchildren to be able to enjoy the same thing that I've enjoyed in my life, but not always without some complications. You've got a complex issue here, trying to work through it with an outdated definition of navigability. I think it needs updating. I think we can do better. We need some clarity. Just to give you a little history, or a few issues that I see. I mean, you got some issues with tubers right over here in Chattahoochee. I mean, you got thousands of people jumping in the river, and is somebody going to tell them no? That's going to be a problem. On the Sequoia right over here, when I was younger in the 70s, 80s, we paddled the upper Sequoia, but with the permission of the Lovell family. It was not quite like the DNR law enforcement officer described. Without that permission, the Lovells didn't like people passing through in canoes and kayaks on their property. So if you didn't have permission, they would show up with a gun, and then shortly thereafter the local sheriff would show up. It was not be a pretty scene. So we did it with permission, but I know people who didn't, and it got pretty contentious. So we could use some clarity around those issues and do a little better. So navigability to me is, can I put my little boat in there and float down it? Some people might disagree with that. I don't have a paddle steamer from the 1800s, so I think we could use an updated definition. Georgia's lucky in that we have many, many beautiful rivers. And as our governor says, Georgia is open for business. I think part of the question here is, are we open for recreational business? As you heard some of the other speakers say, recreation does add a lot to our economy, so I would think about that. So I would just ask, as you look at this issue, please keep recreation in mind when you think about the definition of navigability. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Yes, I'm Tom Wielander. I'm a citizen who's had phenomenal experiences paddling Georgia streams for decades. Fortunately or unfortunately, I have a particular fondness for rivers and creeks that do not support the transport of freight in commercial vessels. In hundreds of days on rivers that are at risk now, I've never had an encounter with a streamside landowner that was not friendly. The closest I came was one day at the Hudson River. You may know is a tributary of the Broad, a lovely tributary of the Broad. I was unloading my canoe at the bridge where there's public access. A man drove up really quickly and a pickup truck jumped out, demanded to know what I was doing. I said, I'd like to put in here and float down to the next bridge. And he immediately relaxed and said, oh yeah, you're fine. I've had trouble with people here getting on my land to hunt. So my point is I have the impression that landowners make the distinction between passage and trespassing, between paddling and hunting and fishing. I'd like to request to you today that you protect private property rights, particularly the private property rights of two factions. One is I want you to preserve streamside property owners' rights to paddle down the streams along which they own property. Where I live in the city, a group of neighbors can close an alley running behind their houses only if all the neighbors, 100% of the neighbors, agree that we're going to shut down public access to our alley. I don't know how good of an analogy that is, but it seems like an oddly disproportionate allocation of power if one streamside property owner can close down access for all the people living along that stream. Second, I want to request that you protect the livelihoods and the corresponding tax revenues from streamside cabin rental owners whose guests float canoes and kayaks and sometimes tubes down the streams along which they have cabins. I shop the internet for rental cabins on my favorite at-risk streams around here. I stopped at somewhere in the 200s of cabins on Fighting Town Creek, Mountain Town Creek, the Cardicay, the Coosawhattie, and the Chattahoochee between here and the lake. A significant number of those cabins advertise their guests' ability to get on the river and float down from their property to where there's public access, or vice versa, from where there's public access down to their property. So please recognize the dependence of those property owners on that livelihood, on that income, and the corresponding tax revenues to the counties that the citizens of those counties don't have to pay because of that tax revenue. That's all I got. Thank you so much.
Any questions, committee? Thank you very much. We have Mark Hicks, and then we had Todd Ream's name down twice. I just want to make sure they're not two. Okay. And then George Dusenberry.
Well, first of all, just thank each of you for having this, and to listen, and just providing the service that you do for our state, for our country. Thank you. And I want to talk to you about something that has been a passion for not only for myself but for my family. And after doing research, I'm finding it's going back thousands of years with both the Cherokee and the Creek nations. We've used the waterways as our roads to both, going up and down creeks. This is not any different for us than what your roads, your highways you travel on, just throughout our whole country. So I've had the pleasure of being old enough to remember when plastic was introduced to the paddling sport. And we're able to use these kayaks. I have I think the first year production of a plastic kayak. to begin to go down these rivers. And some of these streams that I would be on would have as little as 5 or 10 cubic feet per second. At lunchtime, working down there at Peachtree City, I could go over to Lion Creek with somewhere between 5 to 10 cubic feet per second and could play and do 360s in my boat on there. And we had, public access to it. I've had, a number of different first descents. Never been run in a boat. Had the opportunity to run a number of different streams here in Georgia. And have had interactions with property owners and such, and have had zero problems. Have never been barred from running something that I had a desire to run. So it's always worked out well with them. I'm familiar with the Flint River, Potato Creek access issues, and the only time I've ever had state patrol stop me and question me about putting on was on Potato Creek, and probably have had about somewhere between 18 to 20 different times that they've actually questioned me. And I would say only one of those state patrols said, no, you can't put on. All the other state patrol officers said, well, no, we can't say you can't put on. So there's not been an issue with that other than just one. And we found another location that was an issue to get on. So what I'm asking is that you don't change what has already seemed to be agreeable in the public and the access for running some of these things. Also, if you consider the steeper the run, the less water it requires to run the run. So to set even a 100 CFS limit would eliminate probably 65% of the runs I've made in the state here in Georgia. So I'm asking for not to make a change or to really look at it with a lot of deep research, and what's going to work for the community. Because I've been a co-director of Paddlers for Christ, which is a very family-based paddling group, with lots of families. I came up with Boy Scouts, starting on Whitewater back in 1972. So this has been a culture of input into our young people, and I am super concerned of our youth these days and the direction things are moving. And I'm asking you not to remove a tool for a great application for bringing up our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you, sir. George Dusenberry and then Virginia Galloway. Somebody else is keeping time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is George Dusenberry. I am the Georgia State Director for an organization called Trust for Public Land. We're a national organization that seeks to connect everybody to the outdoors by preserving land and building parks for people. We've been around for 50 years nationally. We've had a Georgia office for 30 years. Over those 30 years in Georgia, we have helped preserve land or acquire the land to build nearly 200 parks. We've preserved more than 24,000 acres of land in the state of Georgia. We work with partners at the national level. We work with Georgia DNR and other state partners. We also work with local counties and municipalities. We created our office here in Georgia to work on the Chattahoochee River. We got a $25 million commitment from then Speaker Newt Gingrich to help acquire land along the Chattahoochee that was matched by the Woodruff Foundation, $25 million. to help preserve land and preserve the river. Over the course of the next 20 to 30 years, that pot of money grew to $50 million in private philanthropy and over $150 million in public land, and we preserved 18,000 acres and 80 miles of riverfront along the Chattahoochee between Helen and Columbus. That includes Hardman Farm, just down the road, going all the way down to Columbus. And as Chairwoman Smith knows, we were instrumental in creating Chattahoochee Bend State Park. And over the last 2 or 3 years, we've actually acquired 900 acres, a combination of private funding and state funding. Thank you all for GOSA, to help expand McIntosh Reserve in Carroll County. And the reason I want to speak here is because there's a fundamental connection between people and the outdoors. And that manifests itself. You heard a little bit of conversation here about you heard a lot of conversation about the economic benefits, but there are also human benefits. When we spend time outdoors, depression reduces, anxiety reduces, hypertension reduces, high blood pressure reduces, even your level of cholesterol. There's a fundamental human need for us to connect, and that connection is amplified when water is involved. Now, Trust About Land, I mentioned all the land that we've acquired along the Chattahoochee. We now are engaging in an ambitious project of 100 miles between Lake Lanier and Chattahoochee Bend State Park. And I recognize that this is all largely classified as navigable water, so let me just say that. We have raised $25 million in private philanthropy to build a camp and paddle trail for 48 miles from the city of Atlanta down to McIntosh Reserve in Carroll County. We've also used that money to build a 2.7 mile greenway section in Cobb County. Ultimately, we're looking to do that full 100 miles. Since we released a study with the Atlanta Regional Commission, City of Atlanta, Cobb County, and the other 18 county and municipal jurisdictions in that area, more than $250 million has been committed to making that come to reality. As you're doing your work, there's tremendous opportunity in Georgia to leverage this incredible resource we have with our waters. You guys have a difficult task ahead of you. Thank you very much for tackling it. But as you do that, please think of projects like the Chattahoochee Riverlands, but also on a smaller scale where that can happen in communities all over Georgia, because this is about economic development. It's also about strengthening communities. It's about public health. And, access to waters plays an incredibly important role for that. So Trust About Land will continue to work on the Chattahoochee Riverlands. We'll continue to preserve land. Ultimately, we cannot preserve land along all 99,000 acres of river that exist in Georgia, nor do I think that Georgia wants all of that to be public land. So as you're doing that, please consider the access, particularly the ability to float through, the ability to pass through. I recognize that different uses of the river will have different impacts on private property, and you guys will kind of figure to sort that out. But please consider the importance of us be able to go there, kayak, tube, whatever that is, as we've been able to do on the Chattahoochee and hopefully elsewhere. So, my presentation.
Any questions from the committee? So, my area that I represent had the benefit of their expertise when Carroll County was encouraged to, there's some property that came available, but explain how you work as a bank for this process, because I think it's a tool for all of our local governments and cities, counties. If you have an interest in saving particular areas of your area that are non-navigable, for example, but have public use, you can form alliances and go through a purchase process that is a great tool to have in your toolbox.
Yeah.
So
I will
say,
Trust About Land is not alone at this. You've probably heard of the Nature Conservancy, maybe the Conservation Fund, and there are other land trusts there. We're the trust for public land, so we acquire land, it's always with a public partner. Again, I mentioned federal, state, and local. We work with all of them. And what we do is we need, first of all, a willing landowner, and then we need a willing public agency to own it, and then we need money. And that money is a combination of private philanthropy and federal, state, and local funding. And so what we'll do is we will go out. Government is not very good at acquiring land. I'm a Decatur City Commissioner. That's actually my night job, so I understand the constraints of government. And so it's very good to have a public partner like Trust Public Land, Nature Conservancy Conservation Fund, to go negotiate with the landowner, get an option put out, basically take the risk to have control of that property, and then to work with a public partner to find both the public and the private funds to make that happen. And so we're more nimble than government and go out and do this. I mentioned we've done nearly 200 parks here in the state of Georgia. So I guess, does that answer your question? We can
Yes.
hold it for a while. We can basically make it easy for government, it's never easy, easier for government to acquire land for public use.
And so it's just another tool in the toolbox that I wasn't aware of until this process happened in my area. But it goes to the importance of private property rights, and not the assumption, but actually a formula in which to acquire that land from that property owner and create a good opportunity for the community. So that's just one of there's several tools out there.
Well, thank you. And I would add that, if you have that non-navigable water, we can help acquire the land for the access to that. It's curious. I don't know, can you actually get an easement on a non-navigable water? I don't know. But just if we acquire access to non-navigable water and people don't have that right to float, then it's just not as valuable to our public partners.
Thank you. So it's complicated.
It is very complicated.
But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Virginia Galloway, and then Stephen Carter.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm a lifelong Georgian, and that's a long time for me. I love to canoe. I learned how to canoe when I was in elementary school at Boy Scout camp for my brothers. It was family camp. Anyway, I'm now a county commissioner in Paulding County. I also, in between learning to canoe and doing that, I work down at the Capitol, so I know a lot of your faces and appreciate the work that you do, and I understand how difficult that is. I worked with grassroots organizations, so I was registered as their lobbyist for 15 years there. Anyway, let me just say that I have paddled a lot of lakes and rivers around Georgia. I've also been to other states. I've never hurt any land as I was passing through. I've never taken anything. I've never been a destructive force, and I have never seen that done. Now, I have seen where people have done it ahead of me, minor things, painting rocks and things like that, which I don't advocate for. I don't like that. But I will say that for the most part, the boating population is a very respectful of nature population in general. I want to say that I took part in ACCG in their policy meeting. Now, I'm not their spokesperson, so I'm not speaking for them, but we discussed this issue at our North Georgia meeting, and we had a consensus that we were very concerned about what was going on here. We actually had a vote on it, and we're very concerned that we get this right in the state of Georgia. Now, I do have permission, however, to speak for my county. I asked our chairman and all my fellow commissioners, and they said, yes, please, you do that. So in Paulding County, we have a little smallish creek called Sweetwater Creek, but it's not this kind of creek. It's more of this kind of creek, maybe at least half as wide as this room, but you can definitely get a canoe or a kayak down it, right? So we were so excited because we had a veteran who came forward and he said, I want to clean out that creek. And he started doing it. We gave him permission. We have a park that borders on that creek. We gave him permission to clean out the creek. He did it with some volunteers, and he just got in the water. He didn't have any machinery or anything beyond a chainsaw, and he cut up trees that had fallen in and moved them, and people were excited, and so he even went downstream and talked to landowners there, and they said, yeah, please clean out my area too. We don't want all the mosquitoes. And so he did that, and his idea, though, for doing it was so that we could canoe down that river. That river ends in Sweetwater Creek State Park in Douglas County. So I talked with Cobb County, I talked with the city of Austell. They were so excited. Cobb County has a park on that same creek. Austell, the city of Austell, has 2 city parks on that creek. Our idea was to connect it all. I went DCA, a Georgia agency, the Department of Community Affairs. They put on seminars for us county commissioners, and they say, here are some ideas for some things you can do to help your community. Guess what one of them is? Blue ways. a waterway, a water trail from here to there. That was exactly what we were talking about. I told them about our idea. They went, oh my gosh, that sounds great. You should apply for a grant. So we were all ready to do that. We talked with our West Georgia Regional Commission. They came down, they looked at the creek, and they said, you can get canoes in here, can't you? This could really be an exciting thing for this kind of, at this time, underutilized park. We don't have any place, by the way, in Paulding County to canoe or kayak. None. We have nothing that's publicly available. So this was going to give us that. Well, then when this law happened, that brought all that to a screeching halt, and we had Boy Scouts lined up and everything. So I just want to say that if I'm driving down the road and if I have to ask permission of everybody in my subdivision whether or not I can leave the subdivision, I might have a hard time getting to work or getting to my commission meetings, right? Especially if they know I'm about to set the millage rate or something. Then also, I think about airplanes. You know, we let them pass over, right? We don't want them landing in our yard, but we let them pass over. And this, to me, is the same thing. Water is a public trust, moving water. I'm not talking about getting on somebody's lake or their pond, like inside their property. I'm talking about passing through. So I would make a request. First of all, I know that you started a list of possible navigable waters. Our Sweetwater Creek wouldn't meet that definition, certainly for a tugboat. And you had Sweetwater on there, but it was only from a certain point. We would like to request, can I get this request out real fast? It's just like 3 seconds. The east of 92, Highway 92, if we could get that on there, and then, or make a new category of floatable rather than navigable. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Representative Burchett.
I think I heard about the project. Sounds like an exciting project. One question, you mentioned that the law we passed brought it to a screeching halt. Which law was that you talking about that we passed?
The one that I thought it passed this year, the Navigable Waters law that said you couldn't canoe, or did it not pass? I thought it did.
So we passed clarification moving some language from a bill that passed in the prior session, but it had no impact or effect on what you can paddle and can't paddle in the state of Georgia. So that's why I'm confused. Or you may have been talking about possibly the list that we put together, because that didn't pass. Is that it?
Maybe I had a little bit of, I mean, this isn't my job anymore, right? Yeah. So I didn't keep up with it on a granular level. We have a lot of things going on to otherwise keep up with. But our understanding, and a lot of the public understanding, and the people that were working on this project, their understanding was that this project was threatened. In other words, we built a parking lot with our money from the county at our park so that people could park and put their canoe in. But if we're afraid now that it would only take one landowner to stop people from going through, and that's what our concern is.
I get it now. I think you were thinking that we passed the list of 1397. We hadn't passed that list yet. It was a proposal to get us this conversation started to figure out how we can clarify the problems we have with people not knowing where they can and can't go. And currently, we haven't even changed the law as to where you can float, right? You can float in a non-navigable water if you have permission from the landowner. And I think that may be what's getting missed here. We didn't change that right. In a navigable water, you have the right to hunt, fish, and pass. In a non-navigable water, it's determined, your right is determined by the property owner. So in your project, one of the things you mentioned is you partner with neighboring counties, and they have parks on that what is it, Sweetwater?
Sweetwater Creek.
Did you guys reach out to landowners on the river at all?
We did in Paulding. Well, our veteran who started the cleanup project, he talked to the ones in Paulding because that's all we could give him permission to do, you know, is clean out those parts. And that was only on our property, but he told me he wanted, you know, we can't canoe for 30 feet, right? You got to have a place to go, right, if you're going to bother loading up that canoe and taking it somewhere. And so he did talk with those particular landowners, but there are more, and then we're going to loop Douglas County in too, because they're in there, but they've had a little bit of stuff going on there.
I would propose something to you just so you can continue working on the project. You're partnering with the neighboring counties, the Sweetwater, neighboring cities. If you partner with those landowners, if you get a license to let folks float or pass, you can continue doing that right now. Permission from the landowner while we're still working.
But what if one of them says no?
If one of them says no and they own both sides of the river, then you're going to have a problem because they own both sides of the river on non-navigable waterway.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the problem. We would like to be able to just float through. It's a public trust. It's like the airplane flying overhead. It's like me driving down the road.
Are you floating on it now past the property?
I'm not. No, but I will be. I bought my canoe up here just to do Lake Unicoi today, right? But I will be. That's the idea. Is that yes?
That we're trying to balance here. So
right.
The gentleman
exactly.
or lady that owns the property, they say this is my property. This is my exclusive right to this property, and you're saying that well, I should be able to go on your property.
I should be able to float through your property. I should not be able to get out. And by the way, when we were doing our plan for our park, we were going to really make it a big deal at our park, and the other parks were too. We were going to have signs that specifically said, do not get out on private property. You know, go to this park where they're going to have restrooms, that kind of thing. So we were very conscious of people's personal property rights. However, we don't consider moving water, as someone mentioned earlier, to be anyone's personal property. It's everybody's property. It's community property, just like the areas and the road.
Like, we haven't changed the law since 1863 on this matter. Currently, what Georgia law says is that it's not private property. I mean, it's not public property. It's private property. That's what it's been since 1862. So we haven't changed that. If folks are floating in a non-navigable waterway, then they're floating at the permission of these landowners. That's the point I'm trying to get across. Is that not how you understand the law?
No, it wasn't how I understood the law at all. What I understood was that we had always said they owned the land underneath the creek bed, so to speak, or the waterway, but not the water that is flowing through.
That is exactly why I proposed 1397 was to say these are the places the public can go. These are the places that have public access because in my mind, and certainly down in South Georgia, you have folks that when a river floods, I've got a friend of mine who has a video of folks in his pasture hunting ducks. And so in those folks' minds, they were thinking, well, if I can float it, I can hunt. And
that's crazy.
That's something.
That's a whole different thing. Yeah.
So
that's a whole different thing.
That's what we're trying to clear up anyway. So I appreciate
well,
the testimony.
And I appreciate you trying to clear that up because that's all we want. We want clarification, but we also want to be able to let the public enjoy this. We're so excited about opening this up for our citizens and also maybe a few tourists. So thank you.
Oops, she opened the door. So Judd Turner has a question.
Just real quick, and thank you for this dialogue. I think one thing just to try to be helpful to this conversation, as Representative Burchett said, I mean, the law has not changed on navigability. That's an issue here. How do we provide clarity? For one slight point, the water's not on, right. Even on the navigable. It's not the water's not on, but the bundle of rights come with the landowner in a non-navigable stream does mean the landowner, if it's not navigable, can restrict fishing, passage, and hunting. They don't own the water yet. That is a public trust resource, the water itself. But the point is still, what you're saying is still absolutely right. On a non-navigable stream, the bundle of rights the landowner has, if they have both sides that can control it, would be to restrict passage, fishing, and hunting. So that's the law, that didn't change. The question is, can we find a way to make sure the public understands better what those are? And assuming Sweetwater Creek is not navigable, then I think this is an accurate
Thank you. I appreciate you clearing that, because there's a lot of confusion out there, and there's been a lot of discussion about this, and people are reading it different ways, for sure. Anything else?
There's another point to make with this conversation, and actually it's a good old American ingenuity. The property owner, if you talk to him and say, can we have a contract with you to go through it? And if he says yes, you're protecting his private rights, and you've had now access to something without causing court cases and this committee to meet. so
we hate court cases.
So don't forget, America was created with ingenuity and ways to solve problems and work things out. So has anybody approached the landowner, for example, to say, give us the guidelines? Can we go at between 8 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon and cut it off? I mean, that wonderful world of negotiation also still exists without us. I mean, it's an opportunity as actually an American citizen to do that. So
I get that, but for people who, well, and I'm not being argumentative here, I'm just trying to look at both sides. For people who want to canoe, if there is an area that has a sign and has a put in, and we lay out clearly where they can go and that we don't, that they do not get out on private property and where they can get out and that sort of thing, to me, that should be enough without having, because let's say we negotiate with this property owner, well, then they sell it. And then we have to negotiate with that. I mean, this is like a continual, ongoing,
that's why we have lawyers.
churn.
I mean.
I know, and I would rather use them less. I'm just saying, nothing personal, Mr. Lawyer, but I'd rather use them less.
But what happens is when an individual on their own accord determine what the law means, and it's not viewed the same way as another citizen and what the law means, and that's where we come in as legislators,
let's
trying to. But when we go to fix something, we probably make half the people happy and half the people mad. So we're looking for us, at least more percentage of that, and that's why we're out here meeting. But presumption of rights is not the right, and I guess that's what we have seen and what we're trying to get to and figure it out. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your work.
So next is Stephen Carter, and then Arch. And Arch, I'm going to pretend I know how to read your writing. Arch Fowler, if I'm right. Or
Arch Farrow.
Farrow. I was close. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, and I appreciate your time to listen to what I have to say. I'll try to steer clear of things that you've already heard for the most part. Stephen Carter, lifelong Georgia resident, live in Dahlonega. Enjoy the Chesapeake River quite a bit, along with travel throughout the U.S. and even internationally to boat. But and in several clubs and nonprofits associated with those, and also serve as a ACA kayak instructor for whitewater. One thing I wanted to point out specifically on the whitewater front, we talked about like South Georgia duck hunting and different things of that nature, and we see commercial operations on some of these larger bodies of water. In a lot of cases, what we boat in whitewater in Georgia, because we don't have elevations, is smaller creeks and rivers. Those don't meet this standard at all, so you'd limit about 90+% of what I boat in Georgia if you did that. But I also wanted to point out that it's a small number of people that are doing that activity. And on top of that, I've never, in 100+ days a year that I boat, I never had a conflict with a landowner for passage. We are environmentally conscious people. We not only do not destroy anything, but we also routinely clean things up. We sponsor things like treating hemlock trees in generally public land, but also sometimes on private land. There's organized cleanups where canoes are rolled down, pick up tires and stuff. Most of this damage and pollution in these stream beds of smaller streams come from either private property runoff or, more likely, from road runoff. Come out of ditches. If you ever see when there's a big rain, look down the ditch, you're going to see cups and all kind of trash floating down your gutters. Those end up in our small streams. So we're I think that a lot of people were starting to kind of hit on the issue of private property rights versus the public. I think that there's a clear distinction that could be made between passage through a property on the public water versus standing on a stream bed that the property owner does own. If somebody passes through my backyard in 10 seconds and they're gone, no big deal, right? If you stand and stay there all day with your kids swimming and fishing and maybe go hunt some things on your property, nobody wants that, obviously. So I think making that clear distinction between passage versus actually getting on the land of a person balances those quite well. And then the other thing, sorry, I have a lot of notes. I wanted to point out specifically North Carolina's distinction on navigability, and that is that anything's considered navigable, the public has a right to float, not hunt, not fish, things like that. It is a navigable in fact test, meaning that if a boater can float it in a river, it's considered navigable and can be used. As far as access, how we access those smaller rivers is we don't go onto people's land to access them. We go from one public access point to another, meaning a road, public land, something of that nature. So we're not asking to walk on anybody's land, anything like that, just pass through. So hopefully that is something that can be managed as you guys review this topic. Also wanted to point out the precarious nature that paddlers are currently in based on the state's current law, which is, as we've said, if a landowner owns up to a stream bed, they own to the midline. All it takes for something like the Cartacay and Ellijay, the Chestatee and Dahlonega, is two landowners to the middle to say, no, you can't come through this one point. Boom, the whole access for public shut down. So projects like that one down in Paulding County, they're worried, okay, we invest all these dollars. One landowner says no, now your whole project's shut down. You just spent $100 million across multiple counties to develop a waterway that's now impaired or completely shut down. Same thing with these public companies, these private companies, operating outfitters. They can get shut down just by landowners. Same for us. So right now, we currently could lose right to any non-navigable stream at any given time.
Thank you. Hold there. Any questions? Thank you very much, sir. Next, and then after that is Paula Harrington.
My name is Art Sparrow. I'm an attorney in Somerville, Georgia, and I represented Ralph Henry in the Georgia canoeing case versus Ralph Henry that established the law with regard to navigability on Emerging Creek in 1997. I'm here today a little bit torn. I enjoy kayaking. I enjoy rivers. I own 3/4 of a mile of the Chattooga River in Somerville, Georgia, on my farm. But at the same time, I'm a private property owner. Now, Ralph Henry was a cattle farmer. The reason that case arose, his cows kept getting out. So because Armurchie Creek was very shallow, he put a fence across the creek. The kayak operation was above that, and when they came down, they just cut his fence, let his cows out, and he'd have to go to his neighbor's corn pasture to get them back. That's what brought about the problem with Mr. Henry. I'm here today to ask you, basically, to leave the status quo like it is. Since 1997, this case has been the last case to be decided by the Georgia Supreme Court on this issue. Now, I know that there are a few hot spots around the state where something has come up and a problem has arrived. I want you to think about whatever you do, what type of litigation it's going to create for you. Now, first of all, let's talk about the fact, if you'll look at the paper that I gave you, you will see on the left-hand side of the front sheet a land grant to an individual named Samuel E. Bennett for land lot 87 in the 6th District and 4th Section of Cherokee County, Georgia. That land grant was executed on the 3rd of February, 1835. And it says 3/4 of the way down that the state of Georgia gives to Mr. Bennett and his successors and assigns and heirs land lot 87 in the 6th District and 4th Section. That's my farm. You look at the next page, you see on the bottom of the next page a survey from the 1832 land lottery in which the Chattooga River in the northwest corner, not the famous one, but the non-famous one, runs right through the middle of my land lot. However, now I own on the west side of the Chattooga River and my neighbor owns on the east side, but I own to the center of the Chattooga River. If you look on the third, you'll see that I own tracts 2, 3, and most of those small tracts in Block H and I as part of my farm. Now, if you'll look on the survey, you will see that the X showing where the property lines go to is in the center of the river, which is standard under Georgia law at present. If you'll look at the next page, you will see what the Chattooga River looks like as it goes through my farm. That water right there that you're looking at, the first page, you could walk across and it wouldn't get higher than your ankles. All summer long and most of the year, to be real honest with you. The main problem that our river has is shown on the second page. Trees. Trees that block kayaks, trees that block any kind of boat, trees that block everything. And it's almost impossible to clean them up and get them out. So that's what we're dealing with. That's why I want y'all to consider that if you do nothing, and you haven't heard any outfitter get up here yet and tell you that they're being shut down or whatever. If you do nothing, the status as it is right now, people will work it out. My father and I used to bird hunt for years when quail was available in Chattooga County. And he'd always say if you'd walk up to the landowner's house and you'd ask them, they'd let you hunt. I let people float my river. I don't mind it, but they leave baby diapers. They leave beer cans. They build fires on my rocks and areas. But the majority of the people are good folks. They take care of their river and they do what they're supposed to do. The only thing I'm asking you to do is leave it like it is, because if you don't, everything north of Atlanta is going to be in Cherokee County like that land grant. And if you look at OCGA 4485, you'll see that even if you determine it to be navigable, it will not be, it'll be exempt because the grant from the state came out before 1863.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next person is Paula Harrington and then Terry Bramlett.
Thank you very much. And my name is Hannington, H-A-N-I-N-G-T-O-N. Thank you. I don't write very well some days.
Hannington. No, actually, I read it wrong. So
No, it could be me. But I want to thank you all again. I remind all of us that we are fortunate to be in America. We are in the position where the governed meets face to face with the governing. That is unique on this planet. I am Paula Hannington. I'm a retired trial lawyer, so yes, I'm talking standing up. And this is my lifetime Georgia sportsman's license. I love hunting and fishing. I love everything about it. My focus today is just like Mr. Farrer, is property rights. Property rights are foundational to America, to the success of America, and to the American dream. When we enshrined America's property rights, that was the foundation that let us become the mechanism to have people who want to work, who are able to develop self-sufficiency to take care of themselves and their families, not only now, but for generations down the road. We know we're in a position of conflict right now related to this. And if you really want to get an idea of what it means to raft timber in the wet season, read the book called Sound Wormy by Andrew Gannett. It is a turn of the century recounting of how this area was timbered and the hard work it was to bring the timber industry in. But anyway, that's an aside. So my arguments are about private property. And while there's some degree of value in looking at the economic tourism money things, you need to look at what the individuals are doing. People are scrimping and saving to buy land and to become stewards of their own properties. They scrimp and save to buy the equipment to work it, to be able to plant trees, to invest in ponds, lakes, invest in the fish, to stock the ponds, lakes. And even with those same laws, these people are confronted, sometimes, not always, by hunters who are cursing at them, standing there with their guns, demanding to be able to hunt, driving up and finding somebody fishing in their ponds when it's private property, and seeing folks actually even drive over their fence lines onto their property. And you say, who is that? That's me. I come from South Georgia. That happened to me on my property. Little bitty me, you know. I had to go out there and deal with that. If you get this notion in the public that people can just be wherever they want to be, whenever they want to be, you're going to have folks hunting ducks on somebody's pasture when it floods. If y'all had an opportunity while you're here, go over to Smith Gall Woods State Park to look at what's over there. Duke Creek runs 4 miles through that property. To fish on Duke Creek at Smith Gall Woods, they let you fish 3 days out of the week during the season, and they limit fishing on 4 miles of property to 15 anglers per day. You can't have unfettered access to all of the waterways out of there. And the state of Georgia, by its actions, does confirm that. I said this last year, and I'm going to say it again. Georgia's Constitution is divided into articles, sections, and paragraphs. Article 1 is the restatement of Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution. Article 2 deals with the structure of the state government. Article 3 is private property rights. It is that important. It's important for all of us. And as an aside, the gentleman from the Public Trust, Mr. Dusenberry, talked about having a partnership with the Woodruff Foundation. I'm uniquely connected to that to tell you all that it's coming from Southwest Georgia. My mom grew up on HOA Plantation. At 5 years of age, she was the sometime fishing partner of Mr. Robert Woodruff. How were they able to make this partnership with the Woodruff Foundation? Because it was privately owned, it was maintained, and it was kept in that pristine fashion. It's now the Jones Ecological Center. I think my time has expired.
Well, you have 35 seconds.
Oh, I'm done.
Thank you very much. And so next is Terry Bramlett and then Jack Orr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished members of the committee, I appreciate your attention to this issue and your willingness to hear us today. I own and operate a trout hatchery production facility in Fannin County, Georgia. This is our 45th year. We earn our living and support our family by selling rainbow trout We sell to a variety of restaurants. They've been on the menu at Charlie Trotter's in Chicago, French Laundry in Napa Valley, and won the James Beard Foundation Award in New York City. The majority of them go to the Atlanta area. But another part of our business, a significant part of our business, is stocking private streams. We supply a number of commercial operations who allow people to come in and fly fish for trout. It's catch and release, and those clients have the opportunity to catch the trout of a lifetime in those manicured and protected stretches of stream that I stock. I placed a trout in the Soquel River one year that weighed 26 pounds. It's a remarkable fish, unheard of in this part of the country, but we provide that opportunity, and those individuals that pay dearly to come up and spend a half day fly fishing or a day fly fishing support our robust economy that's based on tourism. In Fannin County, we're known as the trout capital of Georgia. And those opportunities to come and to fish both on public water, where the standard 10-inch trout are stocked, as well as these trophy opportunities exist. And it is in fact the major driving economic force in our county for tourism. I'm here in support of private property rights, and I could almost just say second to the two previous speakers and sit down. We worked for many years, day and night, to acquire the property that surrounds our trout hatchery and farm to protect the watershed. I have never in 45 years allowed a fisherman to enter our property because of the possibility of them bringing in a disease agent, some pathogen. The state of Colorado experienced that with the protozoan that causes whirling disease, and it destroyed the fishery in Colorado for years. We are dedicated to protecting our water source and protecting our production facility. This country was founded on private property rights, and I am here in support of those. Any deviation from the standard that we now enjoy, that has been established for 200 years, I think would be detrimental. It will have obvious consequences, but it'll certainly have some unintended consequences. An example, if someone is participating in an activity on water that's on private property and an injury occurs, who's liable? In 1993, an uninvited salesman wandered onto our property, carelessly drove his vehicle off into one of my trout raceways, destroying a lot of trout, flipped his car upside down, and he drowned. I entered the water, entered the submerged vehicle, retrieved the victim, got him onto the shore, performed CPR until the emergency personnel arrived. He did not survive. 2 weeks later, his wife came up and wanted to hug me for thinking to try to save her husband, which I did, and I desperately attempted to do that. I trained lifeguards and ran the aquatics program for Gainesville College for 20 years. 3 months later, I received a $3 million lawsuit for wrongful death. And I had to defend me and my family and my children that I was trying to save for to put through college because of those liability issues. So those are some of the unintended consequences, I believe, that will arise if you deviate from the standard. On a broader scale, I chair the Aquaculture Commodities Advisory Committee for Georgia Farm Bureau. I represent aquaculture from trout in the mountains to the shrimp and oyster industry on the coast and everything in between. It is a significant and growing industry. I'm meeting a week from today with department heads at the University of Georgia. We're finishing a white paper that will further detail the aquaculture industry in Georgia, and there will be a summit, and you will all be invited, and I encourage you to attend. Aquaculture has great potential in the state of Georgia as an economic driving force. Public supplies of fish, wild fish, are diminishing. The flounder that's common in the marsh areas in South Georgia is usually on the bottom of the pricing index. Is now selling for $18 a pound. There's a great need for quality aquaculture products in our food supply. Most of our seafood now is imported, and we have to produce our own. I appreciate your attention, and again, I encourage you to to consider the wisdom of our founding fathers on property rights and navigability.
Thank you. You might have some questions. Any questions? Yes, we have a question. Representative Corbett.
Thank you for your presentation. I was going to ask one of the previous two aldermen that question. You touched on the liability part, and that was something that somebody got out on the land, got hurt, could they sue? Apparently, that would be yes.
Indeed, it is. Our Policy Development Committee is just beginning its work for Georgia Farm Bureau, and some of our legislative representatives are with us today, and we will be formulating a policy to deal with our recommendations for this issue going forward. But liability is a big part of that consideration. Anything else?
Any questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So next is Jack Orr and then Brad Copage.
Thank you all for your time here today. I really appreciate you making the drive from wherever you came from. Appreciate you hearing all the perspectives of many of the people in this room. And I know you have a lot of perspectives to hear to create a solution, to these problems. I just want to give my perspective today. I'm not going to throw a bunch of stats at you. I just want to let you know where I sit as a resident of Cumming, Georgia, Forsyth County, Eagle Scout. Grew up in Dawson County, 2 miles from the Highway 136 bridge over the Etowah. Around age 8, 9, my father and I would float the river, had public access to the put-in and the takeouts, and go by hundreds of homes. And, that's where I learned how rivers worked up here in the mountains and how the water cycle operates, right, with rain and the ground soaking it up. And many times you'd have to, pull out over a rock in the middle of the river just to pass through. I appreciate the perspectives of the landowners. I don't own riverfront property, but as a kayaker for the better part of 18 years now, passed by thousands of different properties, not only in the state of Georgia, but across the whole U.S. and some of Canada and Mexico as well. So being here in Georgia and knowing that, the majority of streams that I recreate on as a whitewater kayaker are at threat of limiting access. I think it's really important that as you come to the solutions to these problems that you think about all the different user groups that are represented here today in this room, but also that aren't. I mean, we talked about how 1.7 miles away is where tubers put in, and you can go to the Chattahoochee straight through Helen today. It's 40 CFS. It's a lot of walking. It's a lot of private property, a lot of businesses that operate on the banks of those rivers. And so just to think about all the different user groups, I think is imperative to making a decision on this issue, right? I'm not advocating for people hunting on flooded rivers. I'm advocating for the user group I represent, which is whitewater kayakers, other canoeists, other river crafts, rafters that are there to recreate on those waters, not to hunt, not to fish. I think navigability, the rite of passage, what it means to float, I think all of those terms are very gray right now. I mean, you've already corrected some people, right? What are the laws? We don't know. And I know as you navigate this situation, it's difficult to come up with definitions for all these different terms. And I think as a whitewater kayaker, I would be very, very sad for not only myself, but for my children, grandchildren, hopefully one day, right, that don't have a lot of area to recreate in the state of Georgia, right? If you look, talked about trout in Colorado. Colorado has over 27 times the amount of federally available land per person, right? That's 6 acres to our 0.15 per person. It's a lot of land that they have to recreate on that we don't, and we have twice as many people. And if you take away the rivers that we're able to float down right now, even status quo, even that we have permission to, right, you're vastly reducing the place that the public has to recreate. And And so I just hope that if you take away anything, that my stance is that flow and volume of rivers should not be a standard of navigability. Right? Every river is unique. Every river is its own. We've listened to people from South Georgia here today that have vastly larger amounts of volume going through their rivers. You think about Columbus, Georgia, the great economic impact that's had. That's 30, 60,000 CFS versus rivers up here that we paddle that, maybe are 10, 5 in some cases, right? And so I think regulating user groups is one thing. I think making a blanket statement about the access to a specified area that affects every user group is, that's different. So that's my stance. I'll be happy to answer any questions or offer any more perspective.
Committee have any questions? Representative Burchett.
Thanks for the testimony. I was going to sit on your trout comment. So have you been trout fishing out west?
I have not. No, I don't pay for those stamps. I can access.
Well, I would say that North Georgia trout fishing rivals anything out west. Thanks for your testimony.
Any more questions? All right, thank you very much. And next is Brad Coppage and then Casey Storm, it looks like. Thank you.
Madam Chair and committee members, my effort today is single focus. It's going to be talking about the Sequoia River watershed. Information I'm going to share with you was what I also shared with the other hearing a year ago with the rights to fish. My name is Brad Coppage. I'm the board president of the Sequoia River Watershed Association based in Clarksville, and I welcome this opportunity today to address the members on the right to fish or float legislation as it pertains to the topic of non-navigable waterways like the Sequoia. This 25-year-old organization, commonly referred to as the SRWA, is a nonprofit organization challenged with the protection and restoration of the Sequoia River, its watershed and tributaries. The Sequoia River is a 29-mile long non-navigable river that starts and ends in Habersham County. The Sequoia River watershed contributes 1/6 of all the water that goes into Lake Lanier and is a main water source for Metro Atlanta. Secondly, the Sequoia River is identified as one of the top 3 premier trophy rivers in the country, and overall a valued state of Georgia resource that needs to be protected. Though the SRWA is a non-political organization with a core focus on executing river-based environmental and conservation work projects, including water testing, we do have an opinion on any new right to fish or float and its potential impact on the Sequoia River if it is reclassified as a navigable waterway. I would like to share with the committee members today the SRWA's concerns and recommendations for protecting and restoring the waterways like the Sequoia River. Let me begin by making a common sense statement. If something isn't broke, don't fix it, which the SRWA organization would like to apply to the current definition for non-navigable streams in the state of Georgia like the Sequoia River. In the opinion of the SRWA board, the non-navigable stream definition is one that is easily interpreted and clearly understood, a definition that in our opinion is the correct classification for the Sequoia River. The SRWA is concerned that if today's hearing process leads to the final reclassification of the Sequoia River waterway as a navigable water system and opens the door to expanded right to fish and float access, on current private property, our organization and Habersham County loses a lot of its ability to protect and restore this valued resource from that day forward. Overnight, the Sequoia becomes the Chattahoochee River running through Helen, Georgia, where 29 miles of the Sequoia converts to a recreational playground of tubing, boating, open fishing to all licensed anglers, a new deposit area for trash and debris, a quickly contaminated river being used as a new bathroom for those using and playing in the river. This once great trophy trout river now is a thing of the past. Endangered habitat and species unique to the Sequoia River cease to exist. the once protected riparian buffers that surround this river will be potentially eliminated by increased foot traffic and by those individuals removing plants and trees for improved fishing and boating access. The impact on the river will be devastating and overwhelming. The Soquih River watershed will experience greater water runoff filled with ground soil and sedimentation, adding to the destructive silt issues plaguing the Soquih River. The loss of natural riverbank vegetation and canopies will lead to the unfortunate elimination of wildlife habitat. The added silt deposits will eventually destroy river plant life and existing species ecosystems.
1 minute.
Yep. The issue created is one of magnitude. So the price do we want to pay to increase river access by the reclassification of the waterway like the Soquih River? For reference, it took the SRWA 10 years and thousands of dollars from the Clean Water Act to bring key areas of the Soquih River back to non-endangered waterways. And this was without the opening up of the river to thousands of new people seeking the right to fish or float. Let me be clear, and for public record, the SRWA is not against fishing or floating. We're not. But we are concerned about the inability of government agencies and departments to properly protect and restore rivers, watersheds, due to the complexity and task of the cost. With change, there is challenge. We just hope that that will be addressed with this committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Let's see if you have any questions. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Casey Storm and then Craig Pendergrass.
Good morning, good afternoon. I don't know where we are right now. My name is Casey Sturm. I'm an environmental and land use attorney. I'm born and raised in this state. Grew up in Roswell, across from the Chattahoochee River. I learned real early in my young years that access to that river, so I will say I grew up on the Chattahoochee. It's across from the old Ace Sand Company, if anybody's familiar with that. They used to dredge the Chattahoochee River near Roswell Road and Riverside. And I learned quickly, you cannot access the river through their property. But there's a lot of floating going on in the river in that area. And so I'm here today because I was asked by a number of recreational boating and conservation groups to talk to the committee about the state of law in Georgia. And one of the things that as an attorney, I also like to say that, we are contacted oftentimes, not only by clients, but prospective clients. People that are coming to you saying, what are my rights? What is the law, right? So we're counselors. We're here to help people understand the state of the law. And forever in this state, that has been, if you can float it, you can boat it. And why is that? When we look back historically at the law in Georgia, it's right there. The right of common passage sits separate and apart from the concept of navigability. So Georgia, being one of the colonies, our law derives from English common law. At English common law, there were 3 classifications of rivers. Wholly private, think so small you can't get a watercraft on it. Freshwater streams. And then what we call tidal waters. Now in England, we know, obviously, I don't need to explain it here, but England is different, right? It's different than Georgia. It's different than the United States when it comes to waters. But under English law, tidal waters, where the water ebbs and flows, is what was called navigable. And what that meant from a property rights perspective is that the king, the crown, owned the bed underneath. However, there was a common right of passage for man and goods. On your freshwater streams in England, although the bed was not owned by the crown, if you could float it, you could boat it. It was a common right of passage. And that's because the crown recognized, as we do in the nature of laws, nature says we do not own the water. We do not own the air. We do not own the shore. We do not own the sea. That is held for the common good. And so when Georgia was founded, these same principles were imported. And our law, Justice Lumpkin from the Supreme Court of Georgia, one of the first cases dealing with water rights in Georgia, recognized those three rivers as the rivers in Georgia. That there are rivers so small, you can't float them. To those are private and wholly private. Second, we have waterways that have the right of common passage, even though they may be privately owned in the beds. And then we have navigable waters. So initially, our navigable waters, like English navigable waters, were the ebb and flow of the tide. Except we recognize quickly, we've got large, vast rivers in this state that can carry goods. And so in 1863, when the code came in, this is our first code, and it was challenged with adopting the common, make sure you bring the common law in, right? In 1863, we cede property rights, Title 44. Two things happen. Riparian law is established and property rights. 1863 code never changed the common law right of floatage. And that's on waters that are privately owned, but you can float. The only thing the 1863 code did was attempt to adopt our river streams to the larger concept of tidal isn't good, ebb and flow isn't good. And so we get this concept of the state getting ownership in the public interest of some of our bigger waters, a greater ability of them. Navigability is confusing because it doesn't necessarily govern the right to float in this state. And adding to that confusion is that our sister states, South Carolina, North Carolina, merged the two concepts in their definition of navigability. Federal law has merged those two concepts in the definition of navigability. In state law right now, that question it's undecided in the law.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The committee might have questions. Any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Craig Pendergrast and then Joe Cook. So we will get back to Craig and if Joe Cook and then Rena Anpeck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to reference this document y'all have before y'all. It's a little slide presentation, and also a larger document. This is a history of the General Assembly's action in regards to river use. Pretty lengthy reading, but kind of interesting reading. I would encourage y'all to take a look at it. And that's what I want to talk to y'all about, is kind of the history of the General Assembly's action related to river use and river recreation. So I'm going to hit the highlights. First, a little bit about me. I am the Paddle Georgia coordinator for Georgia River Network. We do a week-long canoe and kayak trip on a different river each year. It's the largest canoe kayak camping adventure in the country. About 300 people participate each year. I also write guidebooks to Georgia rivers. I've written 7 guidebooks. I am currently working on the 8th. I have canoed the length of the Chattahoochee, the Etowah, the Flint, the Oconee, the Ocmulgee, the Altamaha, the Ohoopee, and the Broad Rivers, including the headwater streams of all these rivers. In some cases, barely large enough to float my canoe, but float my canoe they did. And I floated down them to write these guidebooks. And like others who have come before you today, I would urge y'all to take into consideration that the public should have a right to float on any stream in Georgia that is capable of floating a recreational vessel. So I did a lot of research on the history of what the General Assembly has done in regards to river use, and I'm going to share some of those things with you. First and foremost, the Georgia legislature has always acted to protect or support those river uses it considered most critical for Georgia's economy. Since the early 1800s, history has shown that the body has acted to protect or facilitate river uses that did the most good for the most people. In the early 1800s, Casey just referenced this, the Georgia Assembly acted to ensure that streams remained open for fish and for boats. There were no roads, and rivers were the way that we got goods to market. Fish, especially migratory fish, were very critical to the subsistence of inland residents. So the ability to float even the smallest streams was so important to the legislature that the legislature adopted laws making mandatory for citizens along these streams or their slaves to work to keep them open. At the same time, millers wanted to dam these streams to power grist mills and sawmills, and the legislature had to approve these dams. And they approved dozens of mill dams in the 1800s, but invariably they approved them only with the stipulation that a portion of the stream remain open for fish and for boat passage. And again, the legislature, what you see is the legislator balancing competing needs with an eye towards economic progress. We go to after the Civil War, the legislature's posture changed. The General Assembly tried to diversify and industrialize the state's economy, and they looked to our rivers for help. The rise of railroads made the importance of rivers as a means of navigation less important, and thus the legislature gave corporations broad authority to dam, divert, and drain our rivers. They even encouraged full-scale blockage of our rivers at the very locations that they'd previously demanded protection for boat and fish passage. Then we go to the early 1900s, and electrifying Georgia became a priority. In 1920, the legislature passed a law that, in light of today's debates over fishing rights on the Flint River, is very interesting. They declared that the Flint River, above the Broad Street Bridge in Albany, as non-navigable, from the Broad Street Bridge all the way to the headwaters. That's about 240 miles of that 346-mile river. A few years later, the Flint River Hydro Dam in Albany was built. The same thing occurred on multiple rivers across the state in places where previously the legislature had taken great pains to make sure that boats had passage down those streams. So we fast forward to the 1900s. By this time, the late 1900s, by this time whitewater rafting, canoeing, and kayaking had become mainstream. And for years, as you've heard, recreational boaters have passed down streams with very little conflict from riparian owners. But as the state's population began to grow, we had more riparian owners, conflicts began to occur, like the one on Armurchie Creek that you heard about. In 1989, Senator Ken Fuller of Rome introduced Senate Bill 203, and it acted to protect passage on streams. It said, any stream or part thereof which is not a navigable stream, but which is capable for the whole or part of the year of transporting one or more persons in a boat, canoe, raft, or other flotation device, should have the right of passage on those streams. That bill passed the Senate 41-7. It was quashed in the House, and I'm almost done. Okay. It failed in the House. But so the decision before y'all is whether y'all want to protect passage or whether you want to leave streams at the risk of being closed at the whims of a single property owner.
Thank you very much. Wait a minute. Any questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next is Rena Ann Peck, and then Susan Wellander. Suzanne.
Thank you, Chair Lady Smith. And thank you for being a champion of water trails. Chair Lady Smith, along with Riverlands, TPL, and Georgia DNR, are award winners of being water trails champions. I'm Rena Ann Peck. I'm head of Georgia Rivers, and we're DNR's partner for water trails across the state. Y'all should have this handout about navigability law and economic impact of recreational boating in southeastern Atlantic coast states. Georgia Rivers and American Canoe Association partnered to look at our sister states to see how they handle rite of passage, working with Jeff Chambers, who was with the Attorney General's office in South Carolina and is currently the executive director there. Basically, we found out that our sister states, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, maintain the freedom to float. In Georgia, it's less clear. whether or not boaters have this same privilege. Casey says that we do in law, but it's unclear on how we are addressing it. In part, that's because we're misusing an 1863 definition to determine where the public has right to float down streams in the 21st century. On your next slide, slide number 3, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida protect the public's right of passage, separate from hunting and fishing. So that's a lot of what we're asking here, to consider right of passage is separate from what you're looking at with hunting and fishing. And then back to what Amanda from Convention and Visitors Bureau was saying, the economic benefit is large, and that plays out as well if you look at slide number 4, where Virginia and Georgia don't protect public access to all the streams capable of floating boats, and we're not doing as well financially with tourism because of it. I was at the Georgia Tourism Conference. Over and over it was stated, tourism is economic development, outdoor recreation is economic development for our rural areas, and we don't want it to happen where we're giving property owners the ability to shut down streams and outfitters. That would have a chilling effect on Georgia's outdoor recreation economy. In slide number 5, you see that these laws right now are putting Georgia at a competitive disadvantage in terms of building our outdoor recreation economy. Florida, North Carolina, and South Carolina are doing better than we are. So, of course, these statistics can take a deep dive. Florida has much more coastline than we do. But if you look at South Carolina, we're about the same coastline-wise. And they produce over $100,000 per stream mile in recreation boating activity, while Georgia produces only $78,000. Georgia tourism and rural economies will get left behind if all the states around us are promoting river recreation and we are curtailing that access. So back to what Casey was saying, we'd like to preserve right of passage on those waters susceptible to passage by watercraft carrying man or goods, because now our freight is each other as we paddle down these streams. And I would like to thank y'all for hearing us out, and thank you for your due diligence, and we'll take any questions.
Thank you. Questions, panel? Thank you very much. So next is Carol Proctor and then Brooke Davidson. So I jumped. Susan. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Suzanne. We'll hand that out for you so you can get started. Yeah. He's got to earn his living. So.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Smith. And I so appreciate a well-run meeting, so I'm going to start my timer to make sure that I meet your limit. Y'all are brave people and I very much appreciate the time that you're putting into exploring what to do in this very complicated situation. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of American Whitewater. My name is Suzanne Wielander. I am the author of Canoeing and Kayaking Georgia. I've been paddling Georgia streams for 30 years now, and the book that I've authored is in its 3rd reprinting, its 3rd edition at this point. At this point, it covers something like 1,000 access points throughout Georgia. So it's pretty comprehensive. Today I'm here representing American Whitewater, who is a national nonprofit 501c3 organization that focuses on river conservation. American Whitewater has approximately 50,000 supporters across the country, 7,000 dues-paying members, and 80 locally based affiliate clubs, including the Georgia Canoe Association and the ACA. We do believe, as AW believes, that the public should have a right to passage on all Georgia streams that are capable of floating recreational vehicles such as canoes and kayaks, as is in the case of the neighboring states. The information I'm going to share with you today, I'm going to take a page from what was suggested and let you know I'm here to educate you about whitewater paddling, about paddling in general, and how that works. And I also have some facts to share with you too. First of all, I wanted to let you know that American Whitewater has been gathering data from paddlers. So this map demonstrates where people say they have been paddling throughout the state of Georgia. What you can see from looking at that is that people paddle pretty much anywhere that paddling is possible. And they've been doing it for over 50 years in our state. This book is the very first modern paddling guidebook that was published. It came out in 1980. It's the precursor to my book. The next slide shows the access points that were included in that book. It's 312 different places in northern Georgia where paddlers were, where it was published, where paddlers could get into the streams. This data was contributed from paddlers who had been on these streams in the 1960s and the 1970s, some of whom we've heard from today. So I just want to say there's been a long time usage of rivers in Georgia, and without conflict for the most part. And I can certainly say that's been the case with my paddling over the last 30 years. I've never experienced a conflict on the water. Moving on, I know there's been a lot of talk. The next point of 3 that I want to share with you is about mean annual flow. There's been a lot of talk about flow limits, and might we use flow limits to determine what's navigable? The DNR has shared how they use flow limits. We've talked a lot about a mean annual flow, and we've also heard earlier in the year how these flow limits were part of the criteria that was used to come up with the List Bill 1397. So I just want to talk a little bit about mean annual flow and how it is absolutely not compatible with canoeing and kayaking. Flow limits eliminate the possibility of being on most of the streams that you saw from this 1980 book. Only 83% of the access points that were published in 1980 would not meet the annual flow limit. So there is a reason why. I'm going to skip forward a couple. There's one slide about conflicts being on the rise. I believe, as our DNR speaker early that we heard from first mentioned, I think our discussion that we had during the House Bill 1172 hearing kind of raised awareness of what's going on. And we are now seeing there's more conflicts happening throughout the state, including some tourists from Florida told me about how they had wow, I didn't start my timer. I'm like, look at that. They encountered conflicts where landowners got in the car and drove down to the public access point on Spring Creek to talk with people about what they were doing and sort of call into question the ability about whether or not it was okay to paddle there. So mean annual flows, 400 CFS mean annual flow is a good measure for siting a boat ramp, and where to put that, a concrete boat ramp that someone's backing a boat into. It doesn't work for whitewater, because our rainfall in our state is seasonal. It only happens certain times of year. And this is a picture I wanted to leave you with. This is people paddling on Holly Creek near Chatsworth, some whitewater kayakers. There's the graph showing the annual, showing the flow in that over the last year. And you can see that there's only certain points when there's enough rainfall in that creek to even make paddling possible. But believe me, there are paddlers out there waiting for that opportunity. The rest of the time, the creek is a hike. So that's why mean annual flow doesn't work. On this stream, the mean annual flow is 59 CFS. I look forward to talking with you again more at our next hearing.
And so you might have some questions, so let's see. Anybody on the committee have questions? All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And to all of our presenters, we're fully aware that you spent a lot of time and effort in your presentations. But in fairness to all of our presenters, we want to give equal time. Thank you. And so you're Carol Proctor.
Hi, Carol. Good afternoon, Chair Lady Smith and members of the committee. Thank you all very, very much for your service and for being here. I'm going to refer to the handout that has the 2 colored slides on each page. At the top it says GCA and shows pictures of paddlers. My name is Carol Proctor, and I'm here as a past president of the Georgia Canoeing Association, which is also known as the GCA. We started in 1966, and in our 58-year history, we've promoted safety, training, and fun on the river and all kinds of recreational craft. Why we're here today is We as Georgians have traditionally enjoyed passage on our waterways, as you've been hearing. We believe the current legislative situation makes it imperative to establish that a public right of passage exists on all Georgia streams that are capable of floating recreational vessels, such as canoes and kayaks. These laws do exist, as you've heard, in neighboring states. So one of the issues that we see, we've been discussing a little bit, is the potential list where the public would have access that was proposed in House Bill 1397 in 2023. If you'll look on page 3 of the handout, you'll see a chart that's highlighted in pink, and on the next 2 pages, the continuation of the chart. GCA compared our documented archives of almost 3,000 trips over the past 50 years on 90 rivers. We compared that to the list proposed in HB 1397 and found that 43% of the rivers and streams we routinely paddle were entirely excluded. We also found out that 19% were partially excluded, and they are highlighted in the lighter pink. So why are so many of the rivers excluded? Well, you've just heard about mean annual flow. Especially in North Georgia, which is where a lot of our kayakers paddle. This water is not available through a large part of the year. So this list, were it implemented, would unfairly exclude 62% of the places that we traditionally paddle where there's very little water. It's like saying that you can't paddle, you can't ski on a slope because it doesn't have snow all year round. You just have to go in the proper season. Now you might wonder, now these rivers are obviously very precious to all of us, but why should anybody but paddlers care if there isn't access to these rivers? And you've just been hearing why we need to care. These rivers, without the right of passage being explicitly protected on the waterways, one or more riparian owners can shut down the access, and this takes a public resource from everyone in the community. If you will turn to slide number 12, please. That's it's a list of rivers. Those slides show that some six of the highly popular waterways that are wholly or partially excluded from the HB 1397 list, and they show some of the businesses that would be harmed, and you've been hearing from some of them. The Cartacay River in Ellijay, the South and West Chickamauga Creek in Ringgold, Chattahoochee River here in Helen, all the way down to just above Highway 115, Ebenezer Creek in Savannah, Cedar Creek in Rome, Etowah River near Dahlonega. These important rivers represent critical sources of community revenue and identity to their residents. And over our 58-year history, we've generally enjoyed recreational access to the various majority of Georgia rivers and have had very little encounters or problems with landowners, but we have seen it changing. We realize there are conflicting views, but we don't want to see a solution so rigid and inflexible that the solution is worse than the issue it's meant to resolve. We believe our rite of passage is well established and could be implemented in law in a way that does not take away anyone's property rights or change them at all. It's just a rite of passage within the water boundaries, within the normal boundaries of the river, not fanning out and fishing and hunting on people's ponds. So we really thank you for your consideration, and take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? One question.
Thank you for the presentation. There a number of speakers have talked about like comparing to 1397, which are popular boating stretches that are not included in 1397. And then I believe your number was partially or fully 62%.
There were 43%, I think it was. That was when we compared it with the rivers that our documented trips. Out of those, 43%, the rivers were completely not included.
And then when you had partial not included.
That was 62.
So the follow-up question, I think it would be helpful to know as we think about the present status quo as you look at that metric, is what percent of those would still be available though because they're flowing through national forests, public land? Because it's, it might be true that there's this difference between 1397 and non-navigable versus navigable, but otherwise would it be open? I mean, that's a statistic I haven't seen, would be interesting to look at.
That's something we can look at. I believe a lot of them would simply still be excluded because it would be like Mountain Town Creek, Fighting Town Creek, Town Lake, Town Creek, Talking Rock, all of these that are not in currently protected forest lands. But we will look into that.
That sounded like homework.
It did. I was always good at that.
So thank you very much for your presentation. We have Brooke Davidson and then Robert Billieu.
Hi, my name is Brooke Davidson, and I'd like to represent the Tennessee Valley Canoe Club today. I'm going to refer to that as TVCC, and I do believe you guys have some PowerPoints for that.
More into the mic. Okay.
Sorry about that. Is that better?
Yes, could start over.
Yes. Okay. My name is Brooke Davidson, and I'd like to represent the Tennessee Valley Canoe Club today, and I'd like to refer to that as TVCC. Yep, you guys have the PowerPoint, great. So TVCC is a large acting paddling club. We're based out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. We have more than 1,000 members. Our mission is to bring a diverse population of people together who are interested in canoeing, kayaking, and related activities. We help increase the knowledge, safety, and appreciation for paddle sports and to support conservation and preservation of the recreational waterways that we paddle. We promote respectful use of our rivers and creeks, especially as it relates to private landowners whose land we pass through. We practice leave no trace principles, leaving the rivers and creeks often cleaner than when we found them. Since our beginnings in 1967, we've been paddling and protecting Georgia rivers and creeks. If you look at the first page, there's a photo of Miss Jean Dolan. She's a Girl Scout leader, conservationist, and paddler, one of our founding members. And also Don Bodley, paddling the Chattooga River. For 57 years, our members have been enjoying Georgia's rivers and creeks either through organized trips with our club or individually with the members. Prior to each trip, there's always a briefing on safety, respect of landowners, and the use of the river that we're using. Here are some examples, if you guys look, if you flip the page, of some clippings from different, basically, newsletters and articles to our members. There's examples from the Toccoa River trip in 1975, starting at the same public put-in deep hole recreation area that we still use today. You'll see on the left, I think it's the bottom left, you'll see 1974. It includes club trips down the South Chickamauga Creek, the Conasauga, and the Toccoa River. As you can see, there's also many mentionings of the Cartacay River, and we've enjoyed coming down to the Ellijay area and recreating there for many years. There's examples of club trips going along, if you flip the page again, down to the 90s, down the Cartacay, the Toccoa, Etowah. This has been a rich history for our club. We also are river stewards. We have annual cleanups that we take part of starting in 1996. You can see an example on the Conasauga River in Georgia. Some of these are organized through the club, and others are through individuals, but we all take part in cleaning up the rivers that we recreate on. There's also an example of our February 2010 TVCC newsletter in here, and it's an example of our river courtesy and practices, and it states that we need to patronize local merchants by buying gas and groceries from nearby businesses. It states not to put in on private property without permission from the landowner, to pick up all trash and try to pack out even more than you came in with. From those early days in 1967, TVCC members have been caring for and enjoying Georgia's rivers and creeks, and that tradition continues today. We continue to have organized trips down the Cartacay, the Etowah, the Conasauga, the Coosawhattie, Amicalola Creek, Chickamauga Creeks, the West and South, Oostanala, just to name a few, Talking Rock Creek. Pretty soon we have coming up our annual Toccoa River Canoe Trail overnight in a couple weeks. Each year, Tennessee Valley Canoe Club sponsors approximately 15 trips on Georgia waterways with approximately 10 to 30 paddlers that participate in each trip. That's 400 paddlers purchasing local fare, patronizing small businesses, and monitoring the health and welfare of Georgia's rivers. If you look at the last page, there's a photo of Miss Jean Dolan, one of our founding members. In the photo, she's 101 years old. Miss Jean has passed away at this point, so may God rest her soul, but her legacy remains. One of my good friends at TVCC was actually a Girl Scout in Miss Jean's troop. She is now a mother and grandmother and has taken her kids paddling on Georgia's rivers and streams and would like the opportunity to share this generational happiness and tradition with her young granddaughter. TVCC is an example of generational tourism to Georgia's rivers and creeks. Most of our participants live in Tennessee, and we're bringing valuable tourism dollars to the local places that we're visiting and recreating on Georgia's rivers and creeks, and often leaving them cleaner than we found them. That is one of our goals. We have a whole conservation chair. Tennessee may be in our club's name, but Georgia's rivers and streams are in our hearts, and we believe that a public rite of passage should exist on all Georgia's rivers and streams that are capable of floating recreational vessels such as canoes and kayaks, as in the case of our neighboring states. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. So Robert is next, and then, did you have a question? No. Robert is next, and then Nathan. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Robert Ballou. I own a family business that I own with other family members, and we own 2 miles of stream on Mountain Town Creek in Gilmer County. And just to tell a little bit of a story, back in 2006, my grandmother passed away after my grandfather passed away in 1980, and she ran that farm by herself for almost 22 years. We had to rely on hay farmers and many other types of people to help us keep that property. Well, she died in 2006, and me and my family, we had to make a decision. What are we going to do? It's been in our property since 1883, 640 acres, 2 miles of trout stream, and it's very costly. Well, fortunately, I had to come up with a way to support that family property. And there's one man that's in this room that helped save my family property, and his name is Jimmy Harris, who owns Unicoi Outfitters. Jimmy Harris was my first customer, and I called him and I said, Jimmy, and this was in 2007, the middle of a drought. I said, I've got to find a way to maintain this family legacy property. He turned me on to private trophy fly fishing, and since that day, we've been able to maintain our family's property for almost 17 years by offering fly fishing. Now, there's no way that we could have done that. We don't take a dime out of the property. Every single bit of the money we make goes right back into that property. I have a full-time job for a living. That's just to keep that property in our family. Now, if you took that right away and you gave it to the general public to float through my property, even a rite of passage, who's going to compensate me for that loss of revenue? Do you think my guys who fly fish want to sit there in a 15-foot fly fishing stream and have kayakers come down through the middle of that? I don't think so. And the truth is, you can't take people's private property and give it to the public without compensating them for it. That's a right in the United States Constitution, by the way. You don't get to take people's property, give it to the general public, and not compensate them. And let me just tell you, we're all acting like this is so confusing. Let me tell you what the law says currently. A navigable stream means a stream which is capable of transporting boats loaded with freight in the regular course of trade, either for a whole or part of the year. The mere rafting of timber or the transporting of wood in small boats shall not make a stream navigable. It doesn't get any clearer than that. We like to make it confusing, but that's really not confusing. I don't have to be an attorney to understand that. Is the Upper Flint River at Yellow Jacket Shoals navigable? Of course it's not based on that definition. And the reason they included the second part of that definition, the mere rafting in timber, because they wanted to say that this doesn't include canoes, this doesn't include small vessels. This is a right that we've had in Georgia, and if you're going to change that right and give it to the public, then you need to compensate these individual landowners for what you're taking away from them. And the truth is, the reason we're in this today, you want to know why the confusion is? Because it's a lack of enforcement. Mr. Seitz got up and testified when he was a game warden that it was very clear that the Toccoa was not navigable. Well, why is it confusing now? It's confusing because the DNR has decided that they're going to determine what's navigable and non-navigable, and they're going to choose to enforce what they want to enforce. Now, the people in the DNR have decided we're not going to enforce it. And on top of that, we're going to build boat ramps. We're going to do all these different things. Nothing in the law talks about CFS, talks about boat ramps, or talks about tourism. Okay, are we going to sell out private property owners for tourists? We going to do that in Georgia? I don't think that'd be a good idea. So at the end of the day, we need to be very careful what we do. And I agree with Mr. Rose. What we need to do is nothing. The reason it's working on the Toccoa is because those people who float down the Toccoa know that they have to respect those landowners. It's a mutual beneficial relationship. The landowners don't have all the power, but neither do the boaters. If you take that power away from the landowners and give it to the boaters, they won't respect those landowners anymore. And I think that's what Mr. Rose and so many people have talked about. It's working. It's not broken. Please don't mess with it. When I was an EMT years ago, the Hippocratic Oath was do no harm. So I know in our minds we think we're really smart people. We can thread the needle. We can make this work for both sides. But I'm telling you, if you mess with it, you're likely to do more harm. People will lose access, and those who don't have access will lose their property rights. So I just encourage you guys to make the right decision. Thank you.
You came right in with that prompt. Sir, there might be a question. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Nathan and then Jerry. And after that, James.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Hello. My name is Nathan Pauley, and I'm a boater. My first canoe trip in middle school was on the Flint River here in Georgia. I'm a native Georgian. I'm now 31. And just yesterday morning, I snuck in a quick lap on the Chattooga River before work. For my day job, I'm an ecologist. I deal with protected species, or habitats, wetlands, rivers, streams. Through my work, I've become all too familiar with the disconnect between law and the natural world. The metric that we've all been talking about, some of us have been talking about, the mean annual flow of a river, describes a river's navigability about as well as my height describes my character. And make no mistake, different rivers have different characters. And to that end, I want to take a minute to describe two rivers' character in my home of Raven County. So the first is the Tallulah River. For those that don't know, the Tallulah Gorge is home to one of Georgia's premier whitewater releases. It's a beautiful gorge and one of my favorite runs, despite the fact the public only has access to it 5 days of the year, or 5 weekends of the year, I should say. Per the USGS gauge at the bottom of this run, the mean flow from September 18th, 2023 to September 17th, 2024 was only 210 CFS. Now you might say the Tallulah is a special case, it's a dam-released river, and access is already quite restricted, so I also wanted to talk about Overflow Creek, something that's in my backyard in Raven County. So it's one of my favorite places to go when we get a good rain. It's a wild and beautiful place that I love. I know people that have been paddling Overflow for 45 years. They've been navigating the stream for 45 years. Now there's no gauge on Overflow Creek because it's so small. But using USGS stream stats, I've estimated that the annual flow at the takeout is approximately 190 CFS. Now, what's even more compelling is the put-in, where people start their journey on Overflow. The mean annual flow is 2.75 CFS. That's so little water. Now, I'm not saying that every river in Georgia is like these two rivers I've described, but there are an untold number of rivers in this state that would not meet the criteria of the rule that was proposed. Yet they continue to be paddled and cherished by people like me. Now, I want to beg you guys to codify the right of people to pass through on these streams, the right to explore and cherish these beautiful places. Now, no one here is asking that, we give carte blanche to folks to pass through somebody's land and throw Coke bottles and beer cans everywhere. That's already illegal. We just want the right to float down these streams and have that right be protected. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. You might have questions? Any questions? Thank you very much, sir. Nathan, and then Jerry, and then James.
Good morning, or is it still morning?
No.
I just wanted to thank you for being here. Thank you for your time and what you do for the state of Georgia. I am the Convention Visitor Bureau Director for Helen and White County. I am here to support all of our constituents and ask that actually leave things where they are. They seem to be working for everyone. It does for us on the upper Chattahoochee. You may not know, but we were blessed to work with Senator Gooch on becoming Georgia's official outdoor adventure destination. So we would love to be able to keep that. We have all the assets, not only to enjoy, what we offer on our rivers and streams, but countless things for families to do in the area. We're also home to 2 state parks and Georgia's newest historic site. So we have a lot of assets that we ask that we're able to continue operating the way that we are. So that's all I have.
We need to let you get back to work, but
Yes,
does our committee have any questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
and
you.
I do enjoy Helen, et cetera. Next is James McCoy, and then Hunter White. It was McCoy?
James McKay.
McKay, sorry, sir.
I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak. To give a little background, I consider myself an environmentalist Republican. I've been a canoe paddler for almost 50 years, lifetime member of the GCA, but also have a cattle farm in Madison County. So I actually have the South Fork of the Broad River as one of my property lines, so I can understand the private property rights. I was thinking of listening to everyone, especially from an economic standpoint, I was thinking about the movie industry and how some legislatures took the bold moves with tax incentives and other moves, and now we see that we're at number 2 in the country as far as movie production. And from an economic standpoint, that same thing could be, and we have a perfect example. The Tallulah River Gorge was mentioned by the previous person. Only 2 times a year, 3 weekends a year, they release water for paddlers, and it took a great deal of effort, Georgia Power and legislatures, to get that done. And my sons, I don't paddle the Tallulah Gorge, my sons do, and they talk about how they meet people from all over the country that come just to paddle. And of course, the thing that they inevitably do is branch out to other places throughout the North Georgia state. They're not. We were given the jewel of the Chattooga River with 100% access, and we all know how much that's benefited this whole area. So my challenge to the committee would be to make a similar bold move like the, we've heard a lot of either or situations, but is there a third option or a fourth option that may be actually better, that takes care of the private property rights, but also has the ability to enhance river access so that we can continue to build in this North Georgia area, and in the whole state for that matter. Obviously, I'm a North Georgia person. So again, that's just a challenge to the committee, is to think out of the box, private property purchases, easements, buffer zones. There are other options that might not satisfy everyone, but would still take care of coming up with something, because the status quo, I can remember paddling or not paddling Smith Island on the Chattahoochee back in the 70s, because the property owner owned one side and the island, and so he pretty well made it where the only part that you could run with canoe was inaccessible because of the and this has been festering, and so to me, now's the time to get something that satisfies everyone, and good luck to that. I know it's a hard job, but now's as good a time as any. Thank you.
All right, we might have questions for you, sir. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. And then Hunter White, and then Roger Knott.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all for having me here. My name is Hunter White. I'm a certified kayaking instructor representing thousands of paddlers nationwide. I'm a member of pretty much every single group that you've heard from here today, including the American Whitewater, American Canoeing Association, Georgia River Network, Georgia Canoeing Association, team member of Festive Water Paddle Sports, TVCC member, and co-founder and owner of Kayak Georgia LLC. So, I know a little bit about community, and this is a community. Kayak Georgia is a community that was born in 2020 that has grown to immense proportions with over 40,000 members in those 4 years, and changed the lives of countless individuals since its inception, including my own. I'm here today to plead with you to consider the ramifications of restricting access to our beloved waterways of this great state and what a future without them might look like. We weren't meant to spend our time on this rock indoors. And the arrival of COVID in 2020, this was a true test of the mental health of the world, not only Georgia. It seems as though the only option was to stay inside and to wait out the storm. But instead, it awoke in us a primal sense, a sense that we needed to return to nature and respect what it had to offer while we're here. This would not have been possible without the waterways that we've all come to know and love as our own here in Georgia. Who would we be if we didn't leave a better example for our future generations on how to cooperate with one another on something as simple and native as paddling a river? A feat that's been accomplished for thousands of years without intervention until now. An issue that seems to have risen from property rights and politics, when in all actuality, it boils down to our rights as human beings on this earth. The overwhelming majority feels that the term navigable by 1863 standards, stating, as you've heard before today, a navigable stream is one that can regularly transport boats loaded with freight for part or all of that year. That's far outdated and should be revisited in order to maintain the importance of what these rivers represent now. Not just hunting, fishing, and paddling, but exploring nature and discovering our inner selves. Advancements in technology, as well as the human spirit, have allowed us to go places we've never gone before. And who are we to deny that fact for the others to come? For so many of us, these very waters being threatened are our therapy, our church, our second home, our place of peace. And to remove that would be to take away the one thing that's holding us all together. We cordially ask that you please consider the gravity of the proposed legislation, the impact that it will have on society and the citizens of Georgia, the revenue created by these industries, and the resources to maintain them for the future to enjoy. In order to do so, we believe these waterways in question be deemed passable by right of recreation, regardless of size and separate from hunting and fishing. Thank you very much for your time, and we all appreciate your dedication to this matter.
Thank you. You might have some questions. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have Roger, and then Ben, and then if Craig is back in the room, he'll be all right. we'll call on you. You get to wrap up.
Yes, my name is Roger Knott. I'm a resident of Gainesville. I won't go into my credentials because I could spend the whole time. I'm very well known. I've paddled 182 amongst the paddling community. I'm in the Hall of Fame. Anyway, I'm almost 80, and I've paddled Georgia River since 1971. And in 1971, I found that I wasn't the first. There were actually hordes of people, and almost all of them were floating in black inner tubes. I lived in Dawson County, then Forsyth, and mostly lived in this area, White County. Now the inflatables and canoes and kayaks predominate, but there's still inner tubes that come down. And it was generally thought, even though the legislature in 1863 left out the category, this lady here very succinctly said, the floatable section. There were 3 categories in English common law, and the legislature was asked in 1883 to codify the common law, and they ignored the second part. They took what Navigable meant, which was initially in England, it was just titled, but it was extended to the large rivers in Georgia. And they talked about tiny little streams that are not capable of being floated. And the third category was ignored. And we can excuse them because what was happening in 1863. We were in the middle of the Civil War. There was no recreational boating. And if anybody was paddling rivers, chances are it was a Yankee spy or a runaway slave. You know, the situation is totally different now. In practice, the floatable category has maintained. I mean, I don't know when it started. I know that I've been a member of the GCA since 74 and on the board since 78. And at that time, almost none of the rivers were developed. The exception was the Dacoa. There were a lot of houses on the Dacoa, and most of them had canoes in the back. The Dacoa is definitely left out here, and the reason is that some of it is private, owned, and some of it, there's a large several miles that are in the national forest. It's part of a federal paddling trail. I've not had any problem. I've had, I think, 4 incidents. One was on the Chattahoochee with the owner of the mill there in Helen, cited the 63 law, and I cited the December 1820 law passed by you all guaranteeing the right of passage from the Shallow Ford in Gwinnett County, which is where the river entered the Cherokee land, all the way up to the Blue Ridge, which was Caversham County at that time. It's now White County. And he knew about it, and he pointed me to the portaging trail. You can portage on both sides, Nora Mill, and 2 of the times were on the Sequoia. I paddled the Sequoia many times. I've talked to landowners who've paddled it 1,000 times. The issue on the Sequoia is fishing. I'm not in favor of changing the law in terms of fishing and hunting on private property on floatable streams. That should be maintained. And I've never fished, and actually you can't shoot game from a boat anyway in Georgia. It's illegal. So I don't, that should be maintained. I agree with almost everybody. I'm a member of the Sequoia Watershed Association. I disagree with him in terms of common passage. I think that in effect, it's happened, it's a prescriptive easement that's established by thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of passages. It's
you know, and 99.99% of the time, you're never challenged. In fact, talking about the value of property, when I started, you could buy land on most rivers for a couple $100 an acre. Now you have to, for half acre, you have to pay $1 million in some instances.
Thank you very much, sir. Do you have a...
What you would be doing is taking away the value of property because most of those people on the river use it for paddling too.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions? Thank you very much, sir. We have Ben Bruce, then we have Craig, and then Senator Gooch, be thinking if you want to say anything to us. You're welcome to.
Hello, good afternoon. I've heard many people bring up business standpoints, tourism standpoints, but I just wanted to come across from a fisherman's perspective. For me, what I've seen a lot of with the river systems, and primarily on the Toccoa, that we float, fish, use as recreation, is nobody's really had an issue with people floating. This more is pertaining to fishing. And so on this issue, I see as this is more of a regulation standpoint on keeping fish, letting fish go, trophy sections, things like that to provide everybody a trophy fishery. You know, we're talking about sections of the river, like for example, that's controlled by a dam, by TVA, that fluctuate all the way up to 600 or 1600 CFS when they're releasing out of the dam. This is enough water that if I wanted to put a, you could say, small boat on the river and transport goods with, I could. I could deliver it from Blue Ridge to McKaysville. There's a boat ramp in McKaysville if I wanted to. So now does this deem this river navigable because I transport goods? So this is this whole gray area, and I always talk to customers and people and other fishermen at the boat ramps or just wade fishing is like this whole gray area, and it is confusing. It is not defined in one way because each river is different. Each stream is different. Each access point is different. We turn some access points into fishable waterways because we can drag a boat or move it. Some are paved boat ramps, for example, below the dam. I back a trailer right down and drop a drift boat, a john boat. When that dam's releasing, you could put a pontoon boat on that river, but I would highly advise against that. But what I'm getting at is that these rivers are different, each stream is different, and I think we should look at it from that perspective. I want to hit one more key thing. A lot of landowners also are wanting this to be left alone or changed or not given to the public in recent years that I've seen. Nobody's had a lot of issues with us floating down, and I'm just trying to say the Toccoa because some of these streams we do not want to float. I mean, there's no need, it's so low. Fishing is really hard to actually fish while you're floating some of these creeks because they're so small. But what I want to say is the stocking of fish and the feeding of fish, taking fish away from public access points and drawing fish from other places is kind of what's drawing folks to want to go to these areas and fish it. So the whole side of some of these landowners wanting fishing to be restricted is just because they feed and stock fish. They don't have an issue with people floating. It's the fishing aspect, and that's why I think this is not a floating regarded on the Toccoa specifically, because we can canoe it, kayak it, put a drift boat, a raft, numerous different watercraft down it, and it's fairly easy to float. There's one more thing I want to say too. From an environmental standpoint, if I wasn't able to float, I wouldn't be able to actually hold these landowners accountable for their actions on the river. There are many times and cases that I float down this river and I see people with backhoes digging out the riverbanks, with landowners digging into the riverbanks, removing trees. The Clean Water Act and our laws state that you're only allowed to really prune and trim, and you have to get a variation from the county to actually do any sort of work on the riverbanks. And what we see is just a disregard for that. But I wouldn't be able to report that if I couldn't float. I wouldn't be able to hold these landowners accountable for their actions if I wasn't able to float these waters and see them. The county's not patrolling. Nobody's monitoring. And if anything, I've had cases people be told to just do it and then they'll come out and assess it. So I've never been on a platform where I can actually voice that opinion and tell people this is not also from a standpoint of me wanting to fish or float for the enjoyment, but this is also to protect our rivers and streams from people wanting to do these actions. And now I'm not saying all landowners do that, but there are, and I have documented over the years, people just gutting the river. I mean, digging out riverbanks, removing trees, causing erosion. I have pictures of a, I don't even know how much it weighs, but one of those massive excavators in the river digging out and moving rocks around just so the landowner can have a nice porch on the river. And I support people being able to live alongside the river, and I support people having the right to be and access this river as well. There's two sides to the coin, like always, and it's very hard to find a middle ground where everybody can agree upon. But I truly believe that, you know, you've got to look at this from an individual standpoint on streams, and I really hope that we can work something out for everybody.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, panel? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Craig?
Thank you for your patience with me. My client appreciates it as well. I'm Craig Pendergrast, and I am here to speak from both a personal and a legal background perspective on these issues. Mr. Turner, Ms. Sturm did an excellent job of laying the table on many of the legal considerations applicable. It is somewhat complex because you're dealing with federal law overlapping with state law. You've got private property considerations. You've got regulatory considerations. And it is wonderful that you all are jumping in there to try to synergize these, I think, to try to make, because I heard from the first committee hearing, your goal is to try to simplify a bit, try to get past the confusion that can be created by these overlaps. I'm 65 years old, from Georgia. The Pendergrasts have been in Georgia since 1827, when one of my ancestors moved here from South Carolina as the recipient of a land grant in Jackson County near Jefferson, because she was a child of a Colonial War veteran, and that was one of the criteria for that land grant. She got that title from the state, 1827, subject to that law. And part of what I do as a lawyer, I've always worked with business firms, and a lot of what I do is real estate law. A lot of what I do is in environmental law. In the real estate world, I get hired by title insurance companies to help resolve disputes among property owners, typically, oftentimes involving easements. The law is not as clean as maybe we learned in law school, where they said that base premise of, well, ownership of property is from the heavens to the center of the earth. As one of the prior speakers said, it's not really quite that simple. You can't arrest somebody for flying an airplane over your property, even though that's your property supposedly extends to the heavens. That's an oversimplification. Same way with the rivers. Property rights are a bundle of rights, but they're also a bundle of rights with exceptions and with qualifications. And it's so important to understand that. So, 1984, I got out of University of Georgia Law School. 1986, I married my law school sweetheart. 1987, my law school sweetheart and I went with two friends to go canoe on the Chattahoochee River near here. We rented canoes and got shuttle service from Wildwood Outfitters, who is still here 50 years later. They shuttled us to Highway 255 bridge, the beginning of the Smith Island section, and we were paddling all down past Smith Island, Highway 115 to Duncan Bridge Road, where Wildwood Outfitters had and has its land. It was dependent on its business to have people be able to get to its land. Well, we come to the Smith Island Rapid, and there is a gentleman on the side of the river who starts yelling at us, saying, "Go back, you can't come here. I own this river." And he had a gun on a stump. He had a German Shepherd straining against its leash. And I knew enough at that point. I didn't know a whole lot of property law or water law or anything, but I knew enough to stay in the middle of the river. I wasn't getting off of that onto the bank. He then wades out into the river and grabs the front of the canoe and says, "I've called the sheriff. He's coming. You stay right here." I said, "Well, nowhere else to go." The deputy sheriff came, and the poor deputy sheriff was confused. He didn't quite know what to do. He said, "Yeah, this guy's been causing some troubles, but I can't quite figure it out. I tell you what," he says he owns to the island there. "Why don't you drag your canoe over to the other side and where he says he doesn't own and go on down." Well, that's what we did. I get to the bottom, talk to the then owner of Wildwood Outfitters and say the situation that we'd faced, and if it kept happening, give us a buzz. And about 2 months later, got a call saying that gentleman had threatened that if anybody came down the river that weekend, somebody was going to get hurt.
All right.
It's been from there. I would like to speak with you all later and help collaborate. I got some ideas on how to synergize all this in a good way.
Thank you very much, sir. To the committee, any questions? Senator Gooch? You have 5 minutes, sir. And we might edit it on our side.
I'll be happy to take questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wave. Good morning, afternoon. Good Friday. I've sat here listening to this all morning. I didn't expect to stay over here for 4 hours when I showed up, but it's an interesting topic, one that we've had a lot of emotion and debate about over the years. I started out 24 years ago as a Soule County Commissioner in Lumpkin County. And in the 24 years that I've been involved in and out of politics and being in Lumpkin County, I've learned there's a couple things you've got to be real careful about. One is messing with people's property rights, and two is messing with their kids or their pets. As a county commissioner, I learned that the hard way. But the property rights issue is one that gets you in a lot of trouble in a lot of ways. So a lot of the people that came up here this morning and testified are people who own and operate businesses in my Senate district. Almost every one of the tubers, outfitters, fishing guides that we heard from today operate within the Senate district that I represent. White County, Lumpkin, Dawson, Union, Fannin, Gilmer, and Pickens. Very important part of our tourism industry, and it's a very important part of our workforce development and all that. But I'll say that to also say the rights of the people who own land in North Georgia is probably the side of the issues that I usually fall on. Go back 24 years ago, before Judd, Harold Reheis was the EPD director. The EPD was trying to mandate 300-foot buffers in North Georgia. I can tell you the people that are in this room today would be overwhelmed by the number of people that would show up by that group on that topic. When you start messing with people's real estate and their private property rights, they will come out. Most of the landowners in North Georgia aren't here today, but I will ensure you they will show up if someone in the General Assembly proposes the changes that we've heard being talked about today. My thought is, and I've heard this from other speakers that came before us, this industry is thriving in North Georgia. It's working the way it is. I don't see a need for a change. Sometimes we're bad in General Assembly, in the House and the Senate, to go looking for a solution to where there's not a problem. And if this is not a problem, if we're not hearing from people in the audience or people in the communities that are saying we can't operate our business because Georgia laws are prohibiting us from being successful, if we're not hearing that today, why are we looking to make a change in current law? And maybe you're not. I'm not trying to tell the House what to do. I represent the Senate in the 51st District. But what I do know is in the 14 years I've been in the Senate, I haven't had phone calls and emails saying, as a business owner of a tubing company or an outfitter or a kayaker or a fishing guide, we're having problems in North Georgia. We need y'all to help us. I haven't had those calls. I haven't had that outreach. If anybody in the audience disagrees with me, come and see me afterwards. I'd love to hear what the issues have been. So I just say, as a senator and as a representative, I would urge all of us to proceed with caution moving forward. If we plan to make any changes, we really need to vet this thing properly, not only in North Georgia, but throughout the state. What happens in Waycross is totally different, perhaps, than what it would be in Blue Ridge. And I know the scenario is different down where you are. Stan and I represent North Georgia along with Johnny Chastain, Corbett there. You know you're in a different part of the state too, but we're not hearing problems up here right now. People are working together, cooperating for the most part. There may be exceptions here and there. Law enforcement has been able to handle most of those. But the business people in this room, I support what they're doing. I fully engage. I come out, I float down the river in Helen. One of the owners is in the back of the room. I support the floaters in the Etowah River and Dahlonega, Chestatee River. I've floated the Toccoa River, fished it. It's beautiful. But I also very much respect the rights of the landowners. If they tell me to get off their land, I'm looking for the next way out of that river to get in my car. So thank y'all for what you're doing, and I'll be here to work with you in the future in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. And so we're almost at the end, but as a way of finalizing our meeting, our committee members may do a final statement if they wish to. Limited to 5 minutes, right, y'all?
Well, I know it's late. Appreciate being here today. Certainly on the committee, because I'm probably the most fresh freshman on the committee, but was able to attend some of the meetings last year. And again, look forward to the next meetings that are coming up. I know we have a lot of, as mentioned, about the fishing. It's a lot different when we're talking about the outdoors fishing and production in Georgia. And got a lot of experience with that. And just look forward to the next few meetings that we have. Appreciate the chair lady and leadership she has given us on the committee. Ms. Burchett for the leadership that we had last year. And just glad to be here. Well, I just appreciate the opportunity to be here for you. You guys really know how to show people hospitality up here in the mountains, and I appreciate that. This is an issue that has been tough. Going through last year was tough, but we were able to come out with something that I think is more beneficial than where we were before, with some clarity. And, the thing that I want to say is this, I'm an avid hunter, fisherman, and I canoe and kayak on my rivers. And so, the way I look at this is that we've got two interests here that we've got to balance, and that's the private property rights, and we've got to balance the public's right and ability to go where they can go. And it doesn't sound like there's a terrible problem up here with folks not understanding what the law is. And I appreciate hearing that from you all. I can tell you that in other parts of the state there are. The genesis of all of this came from a scenario on the Flint River where, there was a disagreement as to who could be on the river. And in fact, even before that, there's a gentleman still doing prison time for shooting at a father and son that was in a canoe on that river. In my area of the state, the gentleman I told you about that
took a drone video of folks hunting his pasture. So he posts this on Facebook and says, you know, look what's happening in my backyard. Well, what he expected was folks to be, you know, up in arms about the fact that they were hunting his backyard. But what he found was it was probably an even mix. Some folks think that because the water's there that you can float it. And I heard somebody say that multiple times. You can float it, you can boat it. I heard that twice at least today. All right, so some people think that if you float it, you can boat it, and they think that's the law. Now, other people don't believe that. So, to me, that's a problem. And what is happening, like our DNR has to say, is you've got DNR out there playing someway in Circle River, stream or river, with an upset truck and an upset kayaker, fisher, hunterman. And they're having to make a determination right then and there. And I know that the DNR agents say that they have the opportunity to walk away from it. But I can give you a very real example of a gentleman that was fishing in a creek and was told to leave. And he and the property owner had a disagreement. DNR was called, and he was cited and asked to leave. He wasn't given a citation, he was given a warning, but asked to leave. Now, this gentleman had fished this waterway for 50 years. That was my introduction to this issue, because he goes to my church. He comes to me and he says, hey, what is going on? I've been fishing in this creek for 50 years, and now a gentleman from Florida bought some property, and he owns the mouth of the creek, and he's telling me I can't fish there. So I go research the law as a good freshman legislator to figure out what I believe to be the case was not a state law. So that's how I got started and involved in this issue. It has evolved as we have seen here. We've got to do some fixes of some language that got put into the legislature, or excuse me, the statute a couple of years ago. But I can assure you, 100%, I am a property rights advocate. If you own your property, in my opinion, if you own your property and you own a non-navigable stream, then it's no different than somebody walking through your front yard if they float through your non-navigable stream. I believe that to be the case. I believe that to be the state of the law. I think we have statutes to show that. Now, we can argue about whether or not the common law overrides the statutory law. I would say no. But I'm a firm believer in that. So that's where we are, trying to figure this out. I think there is not clarity. I think that there needs to be clarity, simplified by the legislature to say, this is where you can go, public. If you're not on this list, you're not presumed to be navigable. You're not presumed to be a navigable waterway. And the presumption is that if you're not on a navigable water, you're on a non-navigable waterway. Now, we're not saying that you can't go on a non-navigable waterway. What we're saying is that you need to have the right, you have to have permission from the landowner to do that. That's the way I look at it, and that's the way I'm advocating for it. But I appreciate everybody's testimony, and I appreciate the chair lady for taking this on, because last year sucked a lot out of me, for sure.
And I'm older, by the way.
And we're just going to continue this conversation. And, you know, ultimately what I heard a couple times was, don't do anything. Don't do anything. And early on, the conversation was, if this door is open, then you're going to have landowners that don't realize or recognize that their authority to shut down the waterway is there, that they're going to now assert that right. Right? I recall having early conversations about that. So for me, the intent is clarity, and we'll see where this ends up. There's obviously not clarity, at least in my part of the world. And appreciate it again the opportunity for you guys to talk to us. And if I could ever be of service, or you want to continue the conversation, I'm open door. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Judd?
Yes, Madam Chair. It is good morning and
No, good afternoon. Yeah.
Appreciate everybody coming out and participating in this process. I think the goal that I have heard in talking to members of this committee, my role is to try to make sure we are not think that this is overly simplified, right? And so your input is valuable, and I learned some things today. It was very good session, so thank you.
So ditto. I'm on board in the camp of protecting property rights. We hear what those folks are saying about passage. There may be some solutions that don't affect property rights. And I'd like to pursue that. Those are my thoughts on that.
They all agree. I think I've got a good history of down on the side of property rights. Issue I said, take something that's 99 thing that's now give the conversation. So that's, I think that's the issue right now.
So we're getting near the end. We're trying to find out. Our next committee meeting is in Waycross, and we don't have the date, but does anybody remember? Okay, so we don't have the date. But first of all, I love it that so many people are still here. And the 10th and 11th of October is our meeting in Waycross. So come down there and meet the folks from that area. This is so important to the legislative process, and it's not easy, and it's not meant to be easy. And so we will spend time going around the state. I don't know the conclusions of the committee, and I certainly can't predict the vote of the House, and no clue as to what the Senate would do if this even moves. So a panic approach right now on your part is not needed. We need you to inform us, to keep us up to date on what's going on, and you've done that. And so we'll be going to other parts of the state to hear from them as well. And I guess I can end by saying, yes, it's complicated, but we're here to learn, and you've been invaluable. And the mind can only absorb what the seat can, so we're adjourned.